Hey, what's up? What's up? Good morning. So today, um, I want to talk about our future, um, meaning our children, and what our children are being taught. Uh, excuse me. Uh, and I came across something shocking um, the other day. Came out of Chicago, and well, actually, to start off, I want to start in California. California just passed, thanks to Jerry Brown, uh, a law that requires all um, public schools to teach sex education, um, which was already being taught, but now they have a curriculum put together.
What up? What up?
Hey, what's up?
Not much, yo. Just fucking seen the update or the thing pop up. So I was like, I'm gonna go over. I'm gonna mosey my way over, and I'm gonna go
Cool.
see what everybody's up to over at Yesenia's shack. But seems like you were just saying that you were going out for coffee, or did you just get back?
Yeah, I just got some coffee and just getting
No, we don't call it coffee. It's called kafifi. Kaf
coffee.
kafifi. We don't drink that. Liberals drink coffee. We drink kafifi.
I see.
Yeah. So what do they got like down in like California? Like what's the best place to go for a coffee? Like what would you suggest?
I make my own coffee. I like buying my brownie my own coffee and all that stuff.
No, but like a coffee shop. Like what's the like best suggest like whether it's a little mom and pop like local owned or it's a big chain, like what's the best place for coffee down there?
Uh, you know what? I don't really know. I don't really go out around here and not locally.
No.
There's nothing here where I live. There's basically like nothing.
So you got to like drive to another city or town if you want to like go to the
Basically,
movies.
we have to drive at least an hour, 2 hours to like enjoy ourselves. But
Yeah, like go
every
to a restaurant, go to a movie, go to a bar. You know what? That's nice though sometimes because it's like even though you don't have all that shit close, it's not like it's bringing in all the people for that, like all the out of town. Like it sounds like wherever you guys are, it's like you probably know the people in your community. There's not too many like young like groups of college students or people coming through like for bars or clubs and stuff. Like it sounds like you guys are in a nice quiet kind of area where if you want to go do that stuff like more entertainment and social stuff, you got to kind of drive out.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
That's a better place to raise the kids though, then, because that shit's not all around them, like fucking in the community that they're living, like all the fucking noise and just just
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
people. Well,
I
no, because I lived in a small town and it was like the small town, like the only thing we had was we had like three clubs and like a bar, and like that was like the only thing that was like even when we were 14 and 15, it's like oh fuck, there's nothing going on. Let's go hang out by the bar and let's go try and get a boot for like a bottle of liquor.
yeah,
Like yeah, so if there wasn't that there, like we would have just probably we would have been forced to just kind of make do and like probably try and like read a book, but we didn't have to because it was all right there. So that's the one good thing too about like small town and everything. Like I know some, especially like where I am, it's actually like a nice little mixture. Like where I am right now, I'm in like the city kind of core.
yeah,
So it's nice. Like I'm close to transit, I'm close to restaurants, I'm close to entertainment, like all that, like movies, bars, clubs, like all that. But it's just like it can get a little bit hectic and a little bit noisy at times. And I'm living so close to the highway too, so there's always like fucking emergency vehicles on the highway and everything. So
yeah.
it
See, I grew up in bigger cities, so like moving out here, it was a culture shock.
yeah, because everything's so laid back, it kind of like the pace of like that lifestyle is so much more enjoyable. Some people find it stagnant, but I like it. Like it's just Yeah, it's like, okay, we can't go do anything. Like we have to plan to go drive into this town next weekend because we can't do anything here. But it's like if all that shit was where you were, you wouldn't even get to do little things like that, like plan like to go out of town for the weekend or go visit friends in the next town over, the next state over, and like go make a weekend or a few days out of it. Like
Yeah.
it's part and parcel too to like how much you can afford because it's always going to cost you more to live in the city, whereas suburbia and shit is much cheaper. Or
Yeah.
not even so. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Did you go to public school? Or did
Yeah, I went to public school. Actually, I went to a private school, like a Christian academy, like or like a Catholic school when I was younger, and then I got put into public school system when I came out of like I think the middle of elementary school. I think it was about I think it was grade 1 or 2. Like I did all my preschool and kindergarten at like a Catholic school. I think I did grade 1 or 2 there, and then I think it was like grade 2 or 3. They switched my dad switched us over into public school and shit.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Yeah, I went to public school, and one of the reasons why I decided to stream today was because I came across an article about California and their law that just passed about sex education being taught to like seventh graders. And I took a look at the curriculum, dude, and it's fucking disgusting. It really fucking shocked me what they're fucking teaching our children nowadays.
What are they teaching
And
them? It's probably like probably in grade 7. It's probably like ways to identify Islamic hate. It's like what the fuck? I just want to learn science and math. Like what the fuck?
well,
But like, what are they teaching them?
they are teaching um, anal sex. How to
Oh,
use
I
a
know. No,
lip
no, no. Actually, I heard something like that's a big thing in Canada too. Like the thing, like what they're doing for like I remember in grade 5 we had sex ed, and like what it was like use a condom. You can get sexual diseases, blah blah blah. And like now they're like telling kids like things about like transgender shit during sex ed. It's like whoa, whoa, whoa. Like okay, teach my kid to put on a condom so that his dick doesn't fall off, or teach my daughter to make the guy put a condom on his dick so she doesn't get what's ever like the baby or the disease that's in the tip of his penis. But don't go much further beyond that because anything else, like the transgender, the gay, or all that, I'll explain to my child on my own. Like, I don't need schools.
exactly.
Like, that's so stupid. Like, that's the bare minimum. Like, you know what? If anything, I should be the one telling my kid, like, throw a fucking condom on, or my daughter, like, make sure he puts a condom on.
Exactly. Yeah, and the state has like totally taken the responsibility away from the parent, and now they're telling our children what they need to do, how to do it according to the text of law.
Yeah, well, fuck them. That's
Wow.
retarded. That's like that whole thing they try to do in San Francisco, like protect Islamic kids, but not protect like white, black, or Latino kids.
Yeah.
Like you could like it was like some anti-bullying law, but the bullying law was only for kids that were like is Islamic kids, and it's like, yeah, who cares if they get bullied? Everybody gets fucking bullied. You don't get to just make them the most. No, you can't make fun of them. Meanwhile, all white kids are still getting called honkies and crackers. Black kids are still getting called the N word, and Latino kids are still getting called like the S word and all that shit, like in fucking public schools, all by each other. But yet none of them get protected. But we're gonna protect this one certain fucking group. It's like no, 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 no. No,
Yeah.
everybody can get made fun of equally, and nobody has any more fucking certain right to cry about it
Yep.
or to be offended by it, and for that to actually lead to like expulsions and shit like that, then it should for them saying that to a black, a white, or a Latino kid. Or even for, you know what? So many people forget about them, like Native Americans. Like everybody's so concerned about
Yeah.
Indians and Middle Easterns. Like, why don't we forget about the real fucking Indians?
The real natives of this land, right?
Yeah, like the actual aboriginals. Like people make fun of natives all the time and like nobody says anything. Like that's what I'm saying. It's like so you're gonna go a school district, I think it was San Francisco, they were gonna implement like yeah, like laws that like in schools it made it like there was like harassment, anti-bullying laws and shit. And it's like you're gonna what charge like 11 and 12-year-old kids that like even if that's how they feel, they don't know how to properly filter. Instead of saying like, "Oh, I think you're a shitty person and blah blah blah," or "Your religion blah blah blah. Obviously, 11 or 12-year-old kid's not going to have the aptitude to break it down and attack, just or not attack, but like, verbally voice their displeasure with one individual. They're probably going to blanket a whole group. And it's like, and then you're going to levy that on an 11 or 12-year-old. Like, they're going to have the brain to actually think, okay, maybe I should make this specific, like, comment towards this person. No, they're probably going to call them a goat fucker, or like, yeah, like a shit skin or something, like, or a terrorist or something. Yeah, they're going to say something very offensive, but it's like, yeah, it's just stupid. So they get more protection than anybody else. I just found that ridiculous. And like, I was watching the video, and like, people were like booing these white, because it was only white parents. Like, it would be a little more encouraging to see like some black or like Latino parents show up to some of these things, because then,
Yeah,
like I know there are actual concerns within these communities, but they don't, like, they, for some reason, I think like they're more Latino, and blacks I think are more like kind of worried to align kind of their values, at least publicly, with whites, is because then the whole thing of like, oh, you're white, you sold it. Like, I don't get that whole thing too. Like, if a black or Latino person's like successful, like, people say like, oh, you want to be white, oh, you act like a white person now. It's like, why can't you just be a successful black or Latino person and still be a black? Like, why
we
do
need to just talk proper.
yeah, like, yeah, it's not, yeah, like, and why is talking proper seen as a white people thing? Like, I've met tons of white people, even me to an extent. Like, I talk with some slang and stuff because, like, either I thought it sounded cool and I liked it better than the proper usage, or I just literally suffered with some English verbiage and I used slang to make it easier for me. And but then to say that it's an inherent white trait. Like, you get popped out your mom's pussy, you're white. You're gonna be speaking like, oh, now thou has entered the world from thy voided mother's vagina. Like, no, you're not going to speak like that when you come out. Like, you're going to be like, blah, 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 gaga, googa. And depending on what schooling or what community or what your family's, like, what your background is, like, you're going to speak a certain way. Or there's even people, too, like I said, like, they've grown up and they are educated and they still speak in slangs and ethics and stuff because they just think it's cooler and it's more hip.
Yeah, well, everybody's always going to have an accent. There's a difference between having an accent and, talking with slang. You know what I'm saying? I'll
Yeah,
be
you
back.
know, no, because,
You know,
oh, yeah, go.
the word would be vernacular for slang and stuff like that's specific to like regions and kind of way of life and stuff. They call it vernacular.
Yeah, the vernacular of like a dialogue or a certain language.
Yeah, they've got
Yeah,
all
but
these
that's
different.
that's region to region. I'm talking about North America. North America, like, honestly, like, outside of ethnic minorities, like, how, like, what is our main, like, English? You know what I like? That's what I'm saying. Like, how people, you could speak English very properly, or you could speak it very disgustingly. Like, it's one or the other.
Yeah.
Like, English can be one of the most beautiful languages when it's spoken and it's structured properly. Like, it's a very powerful language. And then when you listen to some people just cut it up into slang, you're like, what is this guy speaking? Like, is this fucking
Oh,
Latino? Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, and then there'll be people who can actually translate what they're saying in slang, and it's like, whoa, that's scary. That's becoming a norm. Like
yeah.
the norm of, especially internet slang, becoming, like, they've changed the Webster Merriam dictionary to include LOL. Like, it's just like, oh
No,
my,
no.
I know. Yeah, dude, check. There's a couple of sayings like LOL, BRB, OMG. Um, a couple of them have made their way into the actual
They're, it's acronyms, right? Those are acronyms.
acronyms, but they've actually turned them into terms in the dictionary.
Yeah, that's bad.
That yeah, that
Webster's is American, eh? Like,
yeah.
there's different manufacturers of dictionaries, and one of the things I've noticed is it comes to actually religious influence. In how they define words, because there's going to be discrepancies from dictionary to dictionary for precisely how words are defined, and I
Well,
find
I would say for the language of English, the two largest ones that you always see is the Oxford Dictionary or the Merriam-Webster Dictionary.
yeah, Merriam-Webster is what I use for a pocket dictionary.
Okay,
I also, I actually prefer Funk and Wagnall though. Okay, Funk and Wagnall, they do a better dictionary. I think that's American manufacturer also. But
they're American
like I
made.
say,
Okay.
Webster's is more you know,
It's the
tell
traditional
you
list.
the names.
It's like it's the mainstream. It's the main like everybody.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not. They're not as technical. You know, I don't agree with you know how precise some of their definitions are. Like I say, there's you know I see, you know it's kind of like ambiguous. They'll use certain words that you know yeah lack you know being concise and all that. You know where Oxford is better. Okay, Oxford's British,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
And
yeah. Oxford is a great
you
one.
know it's
I
their
admit
language.
Oxford has a lot more. It has a lot more what I would consider like yeah, like actually thoroughly like you know that whoever's making this they put more time into it than Merriam-Webster.
Yeah,
Like it's
it
just a little more
exactly. It's,
thorough.
well, you know, thorough or meticulous, right? Concise, succinct, or succinct.
Well, yeah, I would feel more confident to quote from Oxford than Merriam.
Yeah,
Like
Webster's
if someone
better.
were like, "Oh, can you pull that definition for me?" Like
Yeah,
the
you know, it's
and I
well,
would go to Oxford.
yeah, it's funny that you guys talking about this because I brought this up, you know, like a couple days ago or something. You know, specifically about how, you know, it's problematic, right? Because if you've got two different dictionaries defining the same words in two different ways, you know, people are gonna, you know, what's the authority, right? Like, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, yeah, it confuses semantics and stuff. So yeah, it sucks.
Where's the judge gonna bang his gavel on this
Yeah, well, there is no, you know, see, that's the thing, right? You know, there is no real kind of judge and gavels when you're talking with words, because
with words and
you know,
definitions?
words, yeah, words don't belong to anyone. You know, the only reason a word has meaning is in its shared capacity, which is, you know, property of, you know, I just this grand sweeping gesture open with my hands here because it's like, you know, I can't find the words. So,
No, I feel you. I feel you.
you know, what modification comes through you know, in body language too, right? Gesticulations, right? Where,
Well, I know a lot of people forget that a lot of time body language can describe just as much as words can. Looks and
yeah,
body language.
you know, it's
Or
important though.
sorry, they're just as descriptive as words.
It's yeah, getting there, or you know, sometimes more, like you know, just to fill in, you know, little pieces, right? Like, you know, to round it off or whatever. And you know, I don't know. Have you ever heard of Desmond Morris?
I think I've heard the name.
Yeah,
Not
he's
gonna.
you know, he's British. He started off as a zoologist. You know, he became pretty famous because he'd be on TV for the BBC and stuff. And then you know, and then he became really famous for writing books on like anthropology because you know, as a zoologist, you know, his specialty is animal behavior, right? So he says, and then you know, so then he turned his eye toward the most elusive animal of all, human
Humans.
beings.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, so he wrote on you know three major books. They're considered modern classics, right? The Naked Ape, the Human Zoo, and the Concrete Jungle. Right. I have a few copies of that first one, right? Because you know everyone should read this book. It's you know it's really good. And you know afterwards though, like he's older now, and he's gone out, you know, doing, you know, he's trying to catalog, you know, language of gestures, right, of body language. And you know, there's a documentary on it. It's pretty neat stuff.
Netflix documentary.
I don't know if it's on Netflix, man. It's you know, it was BBC or
Oh, BBC. Probably not. Probably an older one. Probably look it up on YouTube. Because I
Hello.
went and I checked out the. Oh, hey, I went and I checked out that guy you're telling me about. The fucking I forget his fucking name. The atheist dude.
oh,
Fuck was his name again?
Dennett, Dawkins,
I
Hitchens,
think
Harris,
I think it was Dawkins.
Dawkins. Everyone, a
Yeah,
lot of people say Docking,
isn't it?
Dawkins, or
Isn't it Richard? Isn't it Richard
yeah,
Dawkins?
yeah, Richard Dawkins.
Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
was him. And like, I watched some of his shit. And, like to be honest, like I don't like mind what the guy's saying. It's just at certain times, like he's so fucking monotone. Like I would have to tell him. Like if I was at one of his lectures or something, like I'd stand up and I'd be like,
Oh.
I'd be like, sir, like, can you put this on an audiobook? would you please put this on an audiobook with like a sexy female's voice, and I will give it my full attention, but just like
Oh, okay.
I tried to listen, but just his voice, just like it would lose me at points. Like I'd be listening, and I'd start focusing on him being like, and so like I was saying to myself, I was like, I wish I could like get over, but just the monotone thing at certain times, it would just distract me, and I was like, fuck, like I got to listen to this in a different, or maybe I have to read this shit. I have to read this shit because
you just, you have a hard time with smart people.
I wouldn't say I have a hard time with smart people. It's just he has a monotone voice. Like I've listened to people for hours. It's just sometimes people could just okay. It's like, let me put it this way, LaSurge. Have you ever heard a song sung by somebody and you didn't like it? Then you hear a cover and you like the cover.
Sorta.
That's pretty much what it's like for me. It's like as much as Dawkins is pumping information that I receive,
Yeah.
it's just his voice starts to tune the information out. Like the information stops processing, and then I just start focusing on how his voice.
He was
It's just monotone.
He was pumping you with information.
He's pumping the juices.
He's pumping it. He's just pumping so hard.
Pump it up. It's your favorite song by Joe Budden.
Pump it up.
But
Pump up the jam. Pump it up.
But that's the thing. It's like I would just rather read it, or I'd rather listen to it maybe in an audiobook of maybe somebody with a different voice, because I was just like, fuck Dawkins. Like you could read me a bedtime story.
Over there,
I would pay Dawkins to read me a bedtime story. Like I would be tucked right out, sucking on my thumb. I'd be Dundee.
You really? You didn't end up sucking your thumb while you were listening to him, though, did you? At that time? Maybe
I did. Maybe I didn't.
You were. Well, I don't know. While he was pumping you, you were sucking your. I'm sorry. I'm confused. You lost me a little bit. Image.
LaSurge, maybe if you thought less with a fucking sexual mind and weren't so much of a pervert,
what are you talking about?
You could get through a conversation. Get your mind out of the gutter, LaSurge.
It wasn't. Sorry. I don't think I was really.
Drink some coffee, shake the fucking sexual cobwebs out, and let's have a fucking decent conversation.
That wasn't my fault, man. It's you just you say these things, and I don't know.
Phrasing. Okay, we get it, Archer. Now,
well, it's like I don't know. Maybe it's some sort of West Coast vernacular you got going on there. It's
maybe on the West Coast we don't stop to think, hey, that sounded gay. We just keep plowing through the conversation.
Probably. Yeah.
Because we're gonna fill the entire conversation up.
There's just like a lot of gays out there, and it just becomes
maybe there is
the language. You don't even notice the.
Maybe we don't.
Subtle in the culture,
I know, because you East Coasters are so masculine. There's not a single fucking gay person on the whole East Coast of Canada.
Why, thank you. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure that's true. I'm sure there are somewhere.
No. It'd be impossible.
None? Okay. So, I don't know.
So do you guys think that public schools are indoctrinating our kids?
Oh, hell yeah.
That's one of
the easiest places to start. If you can't get them before, they go off and develop their own brains, start them early. When you can fucking...
The word... Sorry, okay, the word you choose, okay, like, I've noticed a lot of times people will argue, okay, and they'll use words like, brainwash, right, or indoctrinate. Okay, now, a school, the purpose of a school is to educate, right? And technically there's like no real difference between indoctrinate, brainwash, or educate, depending. They're basically synonyms, right?
No. I have to disagree with you there, because at that point in an adolescent's mind, how can you filter, especially as a kid, probably between 6 to 12 years old before you get into high school, how can you filter out what information is good for you and what's bad for you? You don't have that world experience. You don't have that outlook. You don't have that filter. So to me, that is indoctrination, because they know, hey, we can put these ideas into these kids' minds before they can really filter them out.
Yeah. But don't you think that parents and family and friends are also indoctrinating young people. Like,
Oh yeah,
the
but
argument.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. They as fucked up as it sounds, they have more of a right to do that. The school
Well, I
doesn't.
disagree.
The
What?
school doesn't.
You're
The school
you're pro
doesn't.
what?
The school does.
You're
If
okay.
I
Look
send my kid to go hang
hey,
out with his friend and he goes over to his friend's parents' house and they say some fucking shit, then I'm gonna go over to that house because I have control because they are not the Surge. You're just
Okay.
making weird random sounds while I'm trying to put in a point. My side
Well,
point is if I send my kid over to their friend's house and their parents, or let's say the siblings or the aunts or uncles or cousins that are around that house, they're saying things that I feel aren't conducive to what I want spoken or being
I was trying
retained
to
into
make
my
an
child's head.
argument also.
Wait.
Like, you make
Then
800 trillion points.
oh my
And then
god,
it's like,
I'm making
okay, you may
one side.
respond now.
I'm making one side point. If my child outside of a school, the only place that I feel nobody else should have influence over my child's thinking is their friends' houses and the school. If you're in my house, I don't care if it's my uncle or my cousin or my dad. If they're saying something that's not conducive to my beliefs, they still have the right to say it because they're my family, and I'm gonna deal with them as my family. But you're talking about a school system. Can you go to one specific school system and tell the principal, okay, I don't want this to be taught. I don't want this to be taught in the school.
No.
No, because it has to go to a school board. So that's what I'm
Yes.
specifically saying is a school does not have that fucking right.
From professional educators who are that is their career.
Yeah, they're there to
Okay.
teach these kids
Now,
about math,
families,
English, and
listen,
science. They're
our
not there to
parents are
teach
not
them about
professional
indoctrination to
educators.
things such as
This is-
anti-Islamic and bullying laws and shit like that in San Francisco and California.
I'll be back in a jiffy. All right, keep your hold your retarded argument for when I get back.
Oh, that's a real great counterpoint. Hold your retarded argument.
He'll find his retarded argument.
I know, like, oh my god. All I'm saying is schools and anybody outside of schools in the community do not have the right to tell my kid anything I don't want my kid to be learning.
I agree. I believe that the state is trying to take the responsibilities from the parents, and that's unacceptable.
Oh, I know, on things such as religion, bullying, sexual identity, all those things. It's like this is what LaSurge is saying. Oh, they're indoctrinating. It's like, yeah, LaSurge, they're indoctrinating. Don't tell my kid anything about sex ed or bullying or religion because I can tell them all those things. Teach them about math, fucking science, and English. That's all a fucking school's ever been meant for.
Yeah, I agree.
Exactly, and I'm retarded for that. Hey, LaSurge, go ahead. Counter my retarded argument. That's so retarded.
Well, I didn't hear it. I was just anticipating its retardedness.
Oh, that outside of my home and the people within my home or my immediate family, nobody deserves to push any ideas or any thoughts into my child's brain.
No, nobody's saying that. Not any. Well,
That's what she's saying. The schools are indoctrinating these kids on subjects such as
See, I wanted to give my argument, okay, which is that basically what came to mind is that Arar dude who just got settlement, right, where his dad took him to Afghanistan when he was like 9, okay, and turned him into like Taliban and all that. Okay,
yeah, you know what? That Muammar Qadar kid, that kid is fucking retarded. Because if my dad, when I was 15, and my dad said, go chuck these fucking grenades at these soldiers, I said, hey, Dad, go fuck yourself.
Hold on now.
Go fuck yourself. But Qadar, are you fucking kidding me, dude? And you just said, I'm fucking retarded? LaSurge, you're going to be the type of guy that's going to get a fucking bomb shoved up his ass by ISIS and be like, oh, I'm sorry that we fucking took your oil.
Sir. Excuse
You're
me.
a fucking pussy. You're a fucking pussy, dude.
Hold on.
I'd rather be retarded than a fucking pussy like you.
You're being emotional, and
no, I'm not being emotional. You're a very fucking pussy.
No, I'm not.
You're very fucking pussy.
Okay,
yeah, you're about to fucking go off about how Qadar got money from the government, and you
listen.
didn't even condemn it. You're a fucking pussy. Fuck the Canadian government for giving Omar Qadar $10.5 fucking million.
I would fucking bitch slap you.
And
down to
fuck
the fucking
Kadar
ground,
and fuck his
okay?
fucking stupid
That's what would
terrorist
happen.
fucking dad.
Okay, right
Okay,
about
you're gonna
now,
bitch slap me? Go ahead and fucking
my
bitch slap me,
fucking
buddy. I don't
fist
give a
palm
fuck. You're still a
right up
pussy.
the side of your head, okay?
You're still a pussy.
That's what would go on. Okay, now.
You're
So
still a
what's going on
pussy.
here?
You're
Okay,
still a pussy.
let me fucking explain,
You're
please.
still a pussy.
Let's not be children here.
You're still a
okay?
pussy. Oh, this
No,
comes from
yes,
the
it
guy
is
that said, "Oh, let me hear
mostly
about your
my fault
retarded argument about 5
because
minutes ago."
I did
You're a
condition
fucking
it by saying
pussy.
that your argument would be retarded.
You're a fucking
It is my
pussy.
fault, and I accept blame for that.
You're a fucking pussy.
Okay, hold on.
You're
Now-
a fucking pussy.
No, I'm not. Listen, let me fucking talk.
You're a fucking pussy.
Listen, dude, you're being a kid, okay?
You're a fucking pussy.
You're being a fucking kid.
You're
all right?
a fucking pussy.
Come on. We're adults here, man. Okay? Now, what I want to say is...
You're a fucking pussy.
No, hold on. Okay, now... Muammar Hadar or whatever...
He's a fucking goof fucking scum fucking terrorist. Don't even fucking mention
wanna
his
bet?
fucking name.
Listen. The official report from
He
the
fucking threw a grenade that
Listen.
killed a fucking Marine, you idiot.
No. Okay, listen.
Oh no, he didn't.
Listen.
Because it was magically shot from the fucking sky.
Will you fucking shut up?
You're a fucking pussy.
Jesus Christ.
You're a fucking
Listen,
pussy.
this fucking kid. Okay, hold on. You're
a fucking pussy.
You're triggered. Okay, you're triggered. Hold on.
You're a fucking pussy.
Hold on. I'm trying to say one
You're
fucking
a
thing. You won't
fucking
even let me say
pussy.
it. Can I speak?
You're a fucking pussy.
I'm not a fucking pussy. Okay?
You're
Now,
a
can I
fucking
speak?
pussy.
Oh, come on. Listen, can I speak?
You're
just
a
sitting here,
fucking
you're acting like
pussy.
a kid, man. Go back to your fucking
You're a fucking
waifu
pussy.
stuff. Okay? I'm sure
You're
there's some
a fucking pussy.
some little, schoolgirl
You're a
Japanese
fucking
anime
pussy.
things you can watch and while you suck your thumb and
You're a fucking
Yeah.
pussy.
okay.
I'd rather suck my thumb and watch anime than be a fucking pussy.
That is being
You're
a pussy.
a fucking pussy.
Sorry, it's, you
You're
really
a
think those
fucking
two things
pussy.
are separate. Like,
You're a fucking
kidding me?
pussy.
Okay.
You're
Now,
a fucking
Can you
pussy.
let me fucking speak, dude?
You're a fucking pussy.
Fuck, what's the point? Oh, you're a troll. You're just
You're a
troll.
fucking pussy.
Look.
Rather
I'm
be a
trying-
troll than a
one
pussy.
fucking thing. Won't let me say one fucking thing.
You're a fucking pussy.
The official.
You're a fucking pussy. Anybody who talks about Omar Kadar is a fucking pussy.
Yeah. Now, the official accounting.
You're a fucking pussy.
The American military is a.
You're a fucking pussy.
That the description.
You're a fucking pussy.
Can you listen?
You're a fucking pussy.
All right, look, you got to do something about this fucking kid, right? Yesenia.
You're a fucking pussy.
Look at how he's acting. Okay, some fucking kid here.
You're a fucking
Right, I'm trying to
pussy.
say one thing, okay, to correct him where he was wrong. Okay, and he
You're
just
a
keeps
fucking pussy.
where he's wrong. Okay, and I can straighten him out.
You're a fucking
Okay.
pussy.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You
Okay,
support
wanna talk-
giving Kadar 10.5 million.
You don't know what you're talking
Because
about.
you're a fucking
Okay.
pussy.
You don't know what you're talking about. See you later.
You
grow up.
support 10.5 million. Yo. Yo. Yo, he left. He is a fucking pussy. Yo.
That was like the first, yo. Good job.
Yo, you want to know what it is? He has no problem calling people retarded, whatever word he wants to use. He has no problem putting people down. And
Yeah.
most of the time when he says stuff to me where I just want to start filibustering and screwing him up, I refrain from it. But if I hear one more Canadian, and this is, you guys are American, but he's Canadian and I'm Canadian. If I hear one more person try and justify what that fucking Omar Kadar kid did and why we should give him money, I'm gonna fucking this is why I want to move to America.
So what happened? Who was this person? I guess I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah. So basically the Canadian government gave $10.5 million to some fucking kid he was born in Canada, but he lived in Afghanistan. Like his dad was like Al Qaeda and kept moving them back and forth between like Canada and fucking Afghanistan. And then he got in a firefight with a bunch of Marines and he threw a grenade that killed a Marine. And people are like, oh, he was tortured for hours, so he just admitted to doing it. It's like, well, he was in a fucking firefight where someone died, so I don't give a fuck. I don't care even if he didn't throw the fucking grenade. He was there when the grenade was fucking thrown. So even if he took the fucking blame for it, the goat fucker that threw the fucking grenade is probably dead. So you know what? Yeah, somebody should fucking, I don't give a fuck if he fucking was coerced through torture. Too fucking bad. You were on the fucking battlefield where this Marine was killed. You shouldn't have fucking been there. And people are like, oh, his dad forced him to do it. It's like, this is where I fucking argue with people so much. It's like, if I was 6 years old and my dad was like, oh, go kill Americans, I'm pretty fucking confident in the young man that I've grown up to be, that by the time I was even a teenager, I would look at my dad like he's a psychotic fucking loser.
Yeah.
And people are like, oh, this young man was manipulated by his father and was forced into being an Al-Qaeda fighter. He didn't even want to do it. He was just an innocent 15-year-old, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, well, okay, all besides all of that shit, okay, so he's on the battlefield, a fucking Marine dies from a grenade, and another one seriously fucking wounded from the grenade. And so they take him to Guantanamo Bay, and dude, this kid wasn't even like people are like, oh, in Guantanamo, they rape people, they let dogs attack them, they waterboard them. This is literally why we're giving him 10.5 million, because they did sleep deprivation to him. They forced him to stay up for like 48 hours.
Wow.
You know how many times when I was younger and I was fucking selling drugs or I was high on drugs and I've stayed up for like fucking way longer than 48 hours? and not on drugs. I'm talking like trying to get. I've stayed awake for longer than 24 hours trying to get money, like doing crime to try and steal, like to get money to go get high again. And okay, maybe I wasn't stone sober. I was a little bit high, but like I've stayed up 24 hours. Yeah, it fucks you up, but that's not as fucking bad as like fucking literally actually getting waterboarded. Like I'll take waterboarding over sleep deprivation any fucking day. Like literally, like people are like, oh, they're two forms of torture. It's like, yeah, but one is literally you just can't get to sleep. The other one is you're getting fucking suffocated. Like, I'll take the not being able to get to sleep over fucking suffocation.
Yeah.
and so literally, yeah, they sleep deprived this kid for, I think it was like 24 or 48 hours, and we're giving him $10.5 million.
Wow.
Yeah, all because he didn't get to go to sleep for 48 hours. Because he threw a grenade that killed a Marine.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, this is the world we live in. People go and throw grenades and kill people, and we fight for their rights.
Yep. Yep.
Like, did anybody fight for the rights of the Marine? Where's everybody being like, hey, let's give 10.5 million to the family that he fucking killed? The Marines, like, let's give money to the Marine's family of the Marine that was killed. No. Fuck him. Like, this is just another reason why I cannot, like, legit. Like, I just started a new job the other day, and I'm gonna be working for a few more months. But I think I'm gonna talk to one of my little adoptive brothers who's half American, because he's starting to get a little more like politicized, and I'm noticing he's leaning like left and like kind of liberal. And but I know him, like he doesn't do drugs, he's not like a hard partying, like that's what I always say to him, like, you're the weirdest like liberal, like you have so many conservative like morals, but you like you are a typical liberal, like you fucking like, so it's funny, like, because he's black, he supports Black Lives Matter and stuff like that, and like there's just like some stuff where I'm like, dude, like, trust me, if you looked at the broad scope of things, like you'd start leaning a lot more right.
Yeah.
He at least listens to me. But like, I've been thinking about like talking to him, like, because he like in the last like few weeks he's been like, fuck man, like I don't know what I want to do with my life. Like I got all this, because he got in a car accident, he got a bunch of money, and he spent it on like cameras and like recording equipment because he wanted to be kind of like a photographer or music video director. And he was like, he's been doing that. And he's like, you know what, man, like I'm doing this shit. And he's like, it's just like, he's like, I thought this was like where my creativity needed to go to. And he's like, it doesn't like fulfill my creativity. And I'm like, dude, I'm like, you'd be surprised, but like politics and debating can be one of the greatest places to like put your thoughts and creativity into. And he's like, I don't know about that. And I was like, I was showing him some like cool people, and I was like look into this, because I was like, I think like eventually, like especially because he's like part American, like I might say like, hey, dude, like have you ever thought about a career in the military? Like, because that's what I'm leaning towards in the next like couple years in my future. So it's like talk to him about that, maybe get him looking at that too. And then I got in an argument with someone the other day because I was like commenting on a post, because it was almost within the same like effect of like I found an Instagram post through the whole thing with like this Qatar kid getting 10.5 million. And it is true. It's about like how so many people like they'll diss like there's so many of those conspiracy theorists out here where they're like, oh, the military industrial complex, they don't care about soldiers. It's all about money for them. And it's like, okay, even if that's fucking true, do you guys not realize if it wasn't for the military industrial fucking complex, like y'all would be fucking like Nazis right now? Like, or y'all would be Al Qaeda, like fucking like I don't like, even if it is used for a more sinister fucking purpose, like at its very core basic, it keeps us fucking safe. And like for you people to conspiracy theory that like okay, like I know it's a terrible thing to think that like yeah, maybe at a certain level, like the government or the military doesn't really care about its soldiers, but even if they don't, I know that all families of they care about, and a lot of citizens and a lot of conservative and Republican citizens, they appreciate and they never forget the sacrifice. So yeah, so maybe as much as the military, like maybe they don't really appreciate it, it's still not appreciated upon the populace and the civilian or the military, like spouses and their families. Like it's not lost upon them. So I was arguing with a guy on that the other day. Like I was like, yeah, you know what? Like you really could claim that like maybe the military, like all in all, doesn't care about each individual. Like how could you? Because there's such huge numbers. But like we're not forgotten about at home, like, and there's still more of a push for like, and I'm seeing it, especially in America, like especially under Trump. It's like we need to get back to honoring our soldiers. Fuck this like Memorial Day. Like let's have more parades for them. Let's have more like community events to honor them when they come back, so they, like they know that we still care about their sacrifice.
I
So
agree.
it was yeah, it was a really like it was an interesting debate, because at first like a couple of like liberal and like a couple atheists and shit, they were all getting on me and shit, and then out of nowhere just this huge like groundswell of like probably about like 20 30 like right leaning and conservative people were like, no, like you're absolutely right. Like that whole idea of like we'll never forget our soldiers, like the families and the civilians, like we'll never forget their sacrifice. That's something that can never be forgotten by us. So I thought that was really, it was heartwarming. It was heartwarming to say the least, to know that if I do consider that kind of future role like within military or enlisting, that there is that kind of groundswell when you come back. It's like, hey, yeah, you know, the military may not so much, like they can't do everything to show you that they care and support. I mean, look at VA, like Veteran Affairs. Trump says that needs to be completely overhauled. But I mean, like, it's the grassroots, it's the individual, it's the wives and the brothers and the sisters and the cousins of all these fucking soldiers coming back.
Imperialism.
Well, hey, you know what, man? Like my family's from Northern Ireland, and they suffered under British imperialism. But you know what? Hey, man, I got to admit, fucking life's pretty good. We're here in Canada. We got our fucking medical paid for, education's paid for.
Yeah.
All my family's pretty.
You gotta love. Well, actually, that's not really much of a. I guess it won't be really called of a socialism, because that's pretty much the Nordics. People say that they have a socialism, and Bernie Sanders, like people think he's a socialist, but he's a Democrat. He's a pretty much. He
What are you
kind of
talking
wants
about?
a mixed economy of socialism and capitalism.
Are you talking about Bernie?
Yeah, I'm talking about Bernie, but I'm talking about
Dude, who
other
the fuck cares
Nordics.
about Bernie? His fucking wife's going to jail because she's a thieving ass bitch.
Whoa, man, I don't know about Bernie, but he's not really true of a socialist, to be honest.
No, he's not. He's a fucking dude. That guy's a yo. You know what the funniest thing about Bernie Sanders is? We gotta tax the rich. Tax the rich because
He is Jewish.
the rich get richer. And you know what
He is Jewish.
the funniest thing about Bernie Sanders is? Oh, capitalism's evil. Blah blah blah. Yeah, him and his wife were fucking using literally capitalism, the system, to scam more
So
money
like
from the government.
anti-fa.
Dude, that guy
Sanders is Jewish.
was the biggest. I gotta give Bernie Sanders credit. Give that
We
guy
don't
a
trust
fucking
Jews
Oscar.
in economics. That's a fun fact. My nationalist friend.
Jews. The Jews do not hear.
Dude, I hate racism, but god damn it, why does racism have to be so funny
Well,
and true sometimes?
racism. I
I'm
was
sorry.
Jews count as a race. It's a
Okay,
religion.
sorry, sectarianism. Sectarianism. We'll go with that.
Heil.
Sectarianism and
The only time
racism,
I'm-
they sleep in the same fucking bed. They roll out of bed on opposite sides. That's the only difference.
I'm going to invite my National Socialist friend. You'll love it.
Oh yes, please invite him.
Oh yes,
Yes.
please invite him. You know, because my grandma, when she escaped great, country of Romania, she say socialism and capitalism, it is the greatest system in the world.
Da.
You know, my grandma, she tell me how delicious the stale loaves of bread that were 5 months
Oh,
old
shit.
were. She says,
Mm.
they are full of very
Could I
much
invite
protein.
Could I invite my Belarusian friend and my Bulgarian friend if that's okay?
No. I am Romanian. We do not fuck with the Belarusians or the Bulgarians.
Yeah, because you guys are scared of the Belarusians.
No, you're not. They fought dirty. They fought dirty. If they
Oh,
had
they
fought
did.
clean, if they had fought
Whoa.
They
clean,
did.
if they had fought clean,
Oh, you guys are fucking clean.
if they had fought clean and like a window after you use a Windex
Yep,
on the
I'm gonna
window,
invite.
then we would have won the war.
That is a great.
That is very clean. That is very
Yes.
clean.
Yes.
Hold
You
on,
ever
I'm gonna
you ever
invite
see
all
the
my
commercial
family.
where these stupid crows, they think the window is so clean that it is open? Yes, that's a clean. That's a
hilarious.
clean.
That's clean.
You want to know one of the
Another live
greatest
stream
things.
today.
You want to know one of the greatest things about being, child or grandchild of someone who escaped from Soviet bloc. When anybody says socialism is a great program, you can look at them and say, "Tell that to my grandparents who ran from it with no clothing on their
Well,
back."
there's different forms of socialism, my friend. It's not all so well. Actually, there's different countries that work very well with socialism. But if you look at Yugoslavia, the workers, the country itself was very, I guess, yeah, I don't know, functioned very well and was more efficient than the Soviet Union. But with some
Yes,
women
because in Soviet Union,
Union-
let me let you in on a little secret between Yugoslavia and Soviet Union. So, what do you think is the main difference between Yugoslavia and Soviet Union?
I can't understand you. You're speaking in a crappy Russian accent, which I'm terribly offended.
Oh, do not.
No.
do not-
He said
I
he said
am
he
not
was Romanian.
Russian. I am Romanian. You
He-
take that
Yeah,
back.
he said he was Romanian.
I am very offended.
Romanian.
Romanian.
That is
not
like,
the-
that is like calling a
Oh,
Chinese
Romanian.
man a Japanese man. I take
Oh,
very much offense to that.
Romanian. Okay, this is
Uh-oh.
quite interesting.
You have offended him.
You have offended me and all of my great people of my nation.
Remove Romania. That
Yeah, it's offended
that's a
me.
great title
You-
for the live
Hey,
stream.
what? Yeah. You
I,
senior. Title the live stream. Remove Romania from the map. I mean, wait. That was my English
This is
accent. I mean,
hilarious.
remove Romania from the map.
Yes, please. Duh.
Oh God. Oh God.
Yo, when I go to hell, all my Romanian ancestors are gonna beat the shit out of me.
Yeah, they're gonna get whipped.
They're gonna be like,
You're
"Hey,
gonna
you
go back
move."
to slavery, I see.
They're gonna be like, everybody gets 1 kick. Never mind, 2 kicks. Never mind, 3 kicks. Fuck it, 4 kicks. Stomp on his head.
Oh God. Oh.
Tie him up to two field oxes
That
and
one
slap them
time
on
when
the
the
ass and
Soviets
let them
should have
walk
took
different
him.
directions.
But do you love the steak?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Vlad the Impaler. Vlad the Impaler. Stick it up his ass. Stick it up his
This
ass.
is why the Soviets should have blew up the Romanians. That'd been a great story.
Yeah, we're like, yo, you know how like every country has like their military has like a death squad? Like the Romanians would have been the
Icy
retarded.
Griffin.
We would have been the retarded death squad. Like you guys would have been
I
like,
want to call the
okay,
Icy Griffin in. I bet they would have been a really good mobile killing squad, you say?
no, you like the Russians to the Romanians is what they'd be like. They'd be like, okay, Romanians, okay, listen,
I remember
that
the Romanians at Stalingrad were quite crappy.
no, dude, don't even. No, we were some of
Yeah,
the best.
they were
No,
pretty.
we were some of
I
the.
heard
No,
they
no, no,
were
no, 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 no,
pretty
no. Officially,
unorganized and didn't have very good
no,
equipment.
officially, if you look at Stalingrad, top three kill counts for snipers,
Oh
it's a
yeah, I forgot.
Yugoslavian, it's a Ukrainian, and it's a Romanian. There's no Russian. Go back. Stalingrad's official numbers, man, on its kill count for snipers is it's a Ukrainian dude. They
Ooh,
made that fucking movie with Jude Law about him.
ooh, this is spooky. Oh my.
Ooh,
Oh yeah, I
biggity
Ooh.
forgot.
biggity.
Romanians got blown up. I forgot that the Romanians and the Oh wait, no, I think it was the Bulgarians. Oh yeah, the Romanians and Bulgarians were charging at the Soviets, and they just shot their artillery and killed like hundreds of them. Great idea.
Listen, man, listen, okay? Okay, let's not talk about the Romania of the past. Let's talk about the future.
The
I don't
future?
think they have much of a future.
The future? What is the
Bruh,
future?
if I went back to that country, I would whip that bitch into shape. I'd be like, all right, let's get all the ugly looking girls from the
Whoa,
countryside.
I'm gonna
Let's
call
get
my
all them.
Bulgarian
Whoa!
friend.
Whoa!
Let's get this human slave trade going on again. We need some
Oh
money.
no!
Pump
No!
back in the
Oh
economy.
no.
No! No!
Hey yo, Putin, let's do some secret Spetsnaz deals. I need some fucking weapons over in this
That's why
country.
you go make a micro nation. That's a good idea.
We know, like legit, that's the thing. We don't like if Romania, if we were to have a good leader for the future, it'd be like let's just focus on Romania. It's like Romania's like that little country like Georgia
That
also. It's
nobody
like
cares
man, like
about.
yeah, it's just like focus on your own problems. Don't try and be on the international stage. Like build yourself to be good enough that you can go focus. Like y'all got enough problems. Y'all don't need
Oh,
to worry about what's going on anywhere
I'm
else in
trying
the
to.
world.
I'm gonna invite more of my friends. This is
That's
crazy.
true, man. Like as someone who's Romanian, I could
I'm
definitely
gonna call
agree with
Mr.
that.
Kiwi out. Okay.
Oh no! Do not get Mr. Kiwi.
I'm gonna call him.
No,
Call
please.
He's
No,
a cool New
I
Zealander.
I have a beg of you.
No, he's actually a good New Zealander.
No, 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 no.
He loves Mr. Harambe. Oh, I think he left. Did he leave? Did he actually leave?
Yes.
Oh, rip. Okay, I must contact him. I must inform Hitler. Okay, hold on. Yeah, he did. Did he literally leave?
Oh, oh God.
Oh, he left. Yeah. Well, Erica, you want to talk about our great socialism with Eastern Germany?
Yeah,
Well, I gotta
I
say,
love it. I
I
love
gotta say the Soviets.
all Germans.
Yeah, but I gotta say the Soviets were quite nice of letting the Germans keep their German traditions and marches and stuff because they um when was it? There's like 1980s and stuff. There was like videos of German military marches with like Prussian music and stuff, like Prussian marching music.
Yeah, yeah.
I gotta say, and even East Germany was quite doing well, but then I gotta say, in the 80s and stuff, they started to fall with their economics, and the West Germany was starting to rise.
Oh,
But East Germany was doing fairly well against like the West Germans, though. And I don't know if anybody else is gonna join the live stream. I'm gonna see if I can contact Wolf to join. Oh god, that would have been great. The Romanian versus the um New Zealander talked. Oh jeez, that would be
Oh no.
glorious fight.
Oh yeah, guess who just got
Oh
called and
no,
offered a
not
job
you.
and
Oh,
guess
Oh
who
no,
got
you're
called
back.
and guess who got
Oh no,
called and
he is
offered
back.
a
Oh
great
no, he is
job
back.
position.
He is back. Oh no, he
Yo,
is back.
sorry.
Oh
No.
no.
I just got off the phone with my good friend Vladimir Putin. We are putting, we're
oh,
putting
Vladimir
deals in the
Putin.
works.
Send him the nukes.
Wait. All you guys.
Special.
I have a friend that wants to come on the stream. He wants to say hello. Hello, Donald. Would you say hello to the stream? Hello, you on your stream. How's it going? How's it going? Does anybody have any huge ideas they'd like to bring to the table? I'm just sitting here, in the Oval Office, just kicking back, got my feet up.
We
know.
shall nuke the Middle East.
Hey,
Oh,
that's a
did
great
someone
idea. To
did someone
remove
just say
Saddam.
nuke the Middle East? I'll nuke the Middle
Yeah,
East.
that was me.
I got a big red button here. It says do not press, but I really want to press it.
Press it. Press it.
But it says
But
do not
press the
press.
fucking button.
but I don't know. Will I get in trouble if I
Remove
press the button?
No, you will not get in trouble.
Remove.
Hey, President of Romania, do you think I get in any trouble? No, you will not get in any trouble, Donald. Press the button.
Oh no,
Press the
he's
button.
back to Romania.
Oh,
Okay,
God.
well, now that I
Okay, time to
now
find
that I have the
myself
group
some.
now that I have the group support and the President of Romania's support, I am going to press the button.
Press it.
Boom, motherfucker, goes the dynamite.
Okay, I contacted the fear. I contacted the fear's office. Hold on, I contacted the fear's office. I don't know if he'll respond and come and join. I will find a
The
New
Fears office?
Zealander.
Does he mean YouTube fucking complaints? Because they're like the fucking Gestapo, man. You can't even. YouTube's like the fucking god. YouTube is worse than fucking liberals and social justice warriors. Like you can't even put a you can't put a. I wouldn't doubt it because, like, dude, you can't put a video up on YouTube that has swearing or has like violence, and you can't make ad money on it. But I went and I
Did you
look at
just
this
say
one.
no swearing? Oh my god, really? I haven't got my videos taken down. I've been cursing like a few
No.
times.
Don't get me wrong. You won't get your videos taken down, but you cannot generate ad revenue off of that now.
All right, don't care.
Are you
I
okay?
don't help. I
Yeah,
don't help
bro.
capitalism.
As much as you can say I don't care, nobody in the world's gonna refuse free fucking money.
Not really. Not all my comrades are not going to help capitalism. So no.
Let me put it this way, my man. No matter what, on an individual basis, if you want to feel like you're not helping capitalism, at the end of the day, can you hunt and self-sustain for yourself?
Hmm?
Can you hunt and self-sustain for yourself?
Sure.
Okay, just the fact that you said sure, I know that you're fucking pulling it out of your ass. Can you build a power grid that you can live off of?
If I have the
No,
right
well then too bad. You
education.
have to subscribe to fucking capitalism.
Whoa.
Unless you have all of these life skills at the ready, you can go build generators. You can go hunt and fucking sustain for yourself, or let's say your wife or your children. When you have a family, you have to subscribe to capitalism.
So are you talking about an anarcho-privatism or whatever? Because that sort of seems like I can't live on power. I have to live off nature pretty much, and I belong to it.
No, you dummy. You can legit build a house and you can legit build your own power grid. It's just you lack the actual, just as much as me, you lack the capacity to do it because you don't have the knowledge or the fact. You know how many people there are, especially in southern states,
I just need some help from my fellow comrades, and I need to read the.
Oh yeah. But hey, brother,
Comrades.
at the same time, okay. Listen, okay, you don't want to subscribe to capitalism at all. You don't want to buy groceries, you don't want to pay any bills. Like those are your main ways you're kicking back to the government just in your day-to-day life. It's what you buy at the store and your bills you pay at the end of the month. still to sustain yourself on your own, you are going to need pieces of that. Like, let's just say literally, unless you actually had the mechanical aptitude or one of your comrades going out and buying a generator. Like, let's say you're living off of the
Well,
grid,
I'm
or
not
you
saying
or
they're
you
gonna
don't
go
want to pay.
find one. I'm gonna say they're gonna build one and maybe build themselves a mine or find a mine. They got
Okay,
the
but to that point
resources.
is at the right now, you're going to go buy a generator. And most of them would tell you go buy a generator because, let's say, of the standard norm, how many people of comrades are really out there that are electricians, that are engineers, that are
Uh,
welders? Like,
yeah, there are some
there's
people.
there's a minority number, and I admit this is more of a
Well, hold
grassroots
on. There,
movement. The whole let's not buy, so like, don't get me wrong, the whole anti-capitalism thing, I agree with it, but at its root, you still need capitalism to
but
sustain
I
an
don't agree with
economy.
Antifa though.
I think me and you are like kind of those guys we could meet in the middle on this. Like, because to me, yes, capitalism doesn't, it's not something that I subscribe to, but I still think economy, I still think the basis of economy is something that we need for a government to be successful. And for any
So
country,
you mean a market socialism because there's usually trade with that keeps it up and alive. But I mean,
uh,
trade won't be necessarily capitalism because the Cubans traded with the Eastern countries and the Soviets at the time, which kept
yeah.
Cuba quite alive. But I mean, necessarily they're still socialist because they're Marxist Leninist.
Yeah, but that's more their political ideal. I mean, their economy was definitely it was like a socialist economy. Like, and like that's the whole thing. Like me, like more so with the jargons of like what actual like political systems and like what types they are. Like I'm not based enough in my knowledge to actually expound upon that. So I'd leave that to like you. Like, I just know
Well,
that
I mean,
they.
I've studied even Cuban history. I've studied the
Oh,
Russian
Cuban
history.
history is very interesting. Like, word, that's dope.
Yeah,
You
they've
did
been
that,
in
man.
so many revolutions. I'm like
Oh, dude,
surprised.
one of my biggest things too is people are always like, "Oh, fucking Castro, man, he was great." It's like, dude, do you any of y'all not know that like even before he started, how big of a murderer? Like the guy was already a murderer before he was ever a revolutionary. Like he don't get like just what I'm saying is like how people always try and play the thing like, oh, Castro, he may be a little fucked up now, but he wasn't fucked up when he started. It was the whole, America and the
Well,
CIA
people
fucked him
dislike that
up.
he
And I was
killed
like,
some of the people that were with Batiso and like his
well,
troops and stuff.
and because of how paranoid and shit he was, like he was just he was a which to that degree, a lot of guerrilla and terrorist and rebel guys, a lot of them are fucking paranoid, kooky fucks. Like because that's how they survive in that fucking world because they are literally dealing with like espionage and shit. Like a lot of these governments that they're opposing will use, very like espionage tactics. They'll infiltrate their rebel groups or the political parties or the side parties of the paramilitaries, and that's how they'll get to them. So like Castro being paranoid makes sense, but like people saying that like Castro was never paranoid when he was young. He only became paranoid and a dictator when he was older. I was like, no. Castro had the blueprints to be a dictator within, yeah, like he was killing people off within his own party because he was just suspicious of them. That's what a dictator does. Like, and people would like argue me on that shit. It's like, oh my god.
But I gotta say, Castro did bring back Cuba back up. I mean,
Oh
it kind of
fuck
took
yeah.
time.
But he brought them back up for about 10 fucking years. Then look, after all the sanctions were imposed on them, then they went kaputs.
So you mean the American bloc?
Oh yeah, because the Americans taught them. They're like, well, fuck it. If you're gonna do trade and commerce with only like with the East, we're gonna fuck you over so much
Yeah,
that
they're
other countries
imperialists. Nobody likes it, the
that
imperialists, and Castro promised that he won't let the Americans rule. So he got a nuke on the island ready to aim, and then the Americans are like, "Oh shit, they got a nuke. We better not
yeah,
fuck with them, or shit's gonna happen."
you don't know. They knew. See, Castro is one of those guys. Like it does take. It happens once every little while. You get these imperialist, or sorry, not the, you get these colonial countries that once every little while, like, yeah, these young guys came up and they were ballsy as fuck and they realized they were under a system of oppression for hundreds of years. Same thing as in Cuba happened in Northern Ireland. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
The
it's happened all
IRA.
over the world.
You gotta love the
Well,
IRA.
other than Romanian, no, I'm gonna say other than Romanian, actually, I'm Northern
Got
Irish.
killed.
I'm Northern Irish, and no, dude, the IRA are just as much as terrorists as Al Qaeda. The only difference being is that the IRA actually used to call in their bombs. That's about it. That's about it. That's literally about it. But all over the world, you see these things starting out where, yeah, these rebels or these guerrilla armies, and they're opposing the imperialist nation, and the host or the puppet, governments or dictators that were propped up by these imperialist nations in these host countries. But it's like what you said about the IRA. Oh, everybody loves it. It's like they're just murderers, scumbags, and criminals. It's the same thing as what
See,
Castro turned
well,
into.
I gotta say that Gaddafi was quite very well as a dictator, but I mean, he was probably the pretty good one. I mean, people say that he was pretty
Oh, right,
negative, but
right,
I
right.
mean,
Well, I mean, if it's the same thing, if he was paranoid of you, he'd just, string you up in the streets and, light you on fire or
well, of
let you get
course, I'm
dragged
saying
between
dictators
two
both have a
vehicles.
positive and both are positive and
Bro,
negative.
bro. No, no, no. See, that's the one thing, like, I will argue with anybody. I don't care if Gaddafi cured a million blind kids. Did he murder someone, or did he order to have people murdered?
Well, I mean, every leader
Well, I
kind of
mean, yeah, he did. So he's a dictator. I don't give a fuck. Like, that's like, I'm gonna say, dude, that's a leftist kind of mentality I notice sometimes, like especially within the Muslim and the Islamic communities. Oh, because these Islamic sickos do it doesn't mean we're all fucked up. And stop blaming us. No, no, no. We are gonna blame you. We are gonna blame you because those are your fucking people. Those, like, legit. Those are your religions and your communities that you're growing up
well,
in.
those are
And,
just
and
radical Islam. I mean,
no, no,
pretty
no, no, no,
much.
no, 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 brother. It's the same thing. It's the same. I would hold that same value to me. I
Whoa.
condemn the IRA. Do you see me at like? Okay, obviously we haven't had current or we haven't had prior interaction, but you would never see me once if
Well,
somebody
hold
says,
on. Before you keep talking about the Muslims, but Hitler did like the Muslims because they hated the Jews, same thing as Hitler did. And even Hitler had, I can't remember what Wolfen SS, um, I can't remember what it was, but there was like a Muslim Wolfen SS.
yeah,
And
they had an SS unit of Muslims because they like really hated the Jews. I know I've read up about this shit, bro. I know what you're saying. Like Hitler used them because he knew that they already had a natural like hatred, like especially a sectarian like hatred towards Jews. There's
but
no secret about
necessarily,
that.
but necessarily the Italians didn't mind the Jews because Mussolini got help from them because oh, what were they called back?
Wait.
The revolutionary Zionists or something like that, because they were helping with the Italian March, and Mussolini did not really mind them.
This is one of my biggest things. And there's a guy in here from Canada too. I'm from Canada. And he's from the East Coast. I'm from the West Coast, and his name is LaSurge. And this is a point I often bring up to him. Why do we keep talking about conflicts that happened 50, 60, 100 years ago when it's like as much as
Because
they
we
can
can
like
learn from
we can
those.
learn from them, but they're not the political and the social kind of environments that we're living in that are going to lead to future conflicts.
I'm just saying we learn from people. Well, personally, for me, because I'm kind of more a military strategist, and I learned from many military leaders and mistakes of how they failed. Because if you look at Napoleon, what he did wrong at the Battle of Waterloo is he was charging up with troops on a hill, which I mean, back then, if you had the hill, you could
You had the
probably kick
vantage
ass.
point. Yeah, you have the vantage point. It's easier pickings when you're on the higher ground. It's just easier to aim. It's easier to shoot down than to shoot up.
And so he kind of made that pretty big mistake back then. But you got to learn about new mistakes, and which I mean, Hitler did do really well with Blitzkrieg, but there were still problems with the Blitzkrieg. Of I guess there'd be like because you pretty much would be just rushing, you wouldn't be necessarily stopping, and so that was kind of good and kind of bad.
Yeah, no. There's a lot of stuff, but I mean, dude, like let's be honest. How many battles in like modern, like especially like nowadays, like look over in the Middle East, or like how they're fighting in the Philippines right now. Like it's not huge full scales. Like now like we like everything is small little city, block to block. Like it's like every fucking fight is like a Stalingrad or like the invasion of Afghanistan. Like it's done street to street, block to block, house to house. Like it's not where we meet each other on a battlefield with hundreds of trenches and mortars and art. Like I don't think that'll ever happen again. Like even if we get to another world war, people just nuke each other before they go to the fucking battlefield.
Not necessarily. I don't think.
Oh hell yeah, hell yeah, brother! You think that the Americans right now with their nukes? Okay? Let's look at their numbers lost from World War I and World War II.
But I mean,
Do you think if
if
it
you
really
get
went? No. Just let me finish. If you really think that World War III was a possibility, you think they'd say? You think they would say to their populace, "What would you rather us do? Have a ground campaign, boots on the ground, or launch a nuke?" And I know that it's not the civilian populace who, in the
well, I
end,
mean, as
decides
soon
that.
as you
It's
launch a nuke and you keep on like everybody, since everybody, well, not everybody, but some countries still have nuclear warheads and still have them. I mean, it's going to be pretty much chaotic, and then it's going to turn into
Yeah, but
apocalypse.
that's what I'm saying is no country is going to look at it and go, "Oh, hey, we did really great back in 1967 when we showed up with our 100,000 troops and 60,000 of them got fucking killed, 10,000 got captured, 20,000 got away, and 5,000 were injured." And like countries will just be like, "Fuck that, let's just shoot a nuke at them." Like that's what I'm trying to say is like war is not going to be large scale on a battle. It'll either be like small drop-ins and shit like that. It's like like like
But I
it's
mean,
just not going to be
technology
it's not
will
going to be
probably
large
be.
scale world war. Like it's going to be a
But,
technologically advanced world war, which is going to be drones are going to be our boots on the ground, nukes are going to be our battles. Like it's not going to be like this would be my suggestion to all world conflicts. Okay, Russia, you got a problem with Romania, send the strongest fucking guy you have in your country, and let's get a boxing ring. But like literally, like let's solve our world problems that way. If nobody dies, and the fucking stronger country can say, okay, like we obviously have the stronger people, so if we put guns down, we'll just walk over to your country and fucking stomp everybody out. But yeah, then nobody wants to get stomped out, so they're gonna pick up a knife or a gun, and then it leads to the. But it's like at the most basis, it's like world wars. Fuck it, let's just fight them. You send the strongest guy from your side, we'll send the strongest guy from our side, and whoever wins wins, and be fucking men about it. In an ideal world, right? In an ideal world, right? But
I don't think that's
as
necessarily going to work out because, as you said, somebody could pull out something and.
oh yeah. That's what I'm saying. But like, if everybody had an honorable principle of like, okay, you know what? Let's take the
I
strongest.
don't really
Let's
think
take this.
anybody's really going to have that kind of stuff.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. But people were actually like on that wavelength. Like,
But I
let's
mean,
just
I
take
guess
the.
there were times in civilization where there was battles between that were thought against leader versus leader.
Well, that was often, you know what that was often done as an end to like a war of attrition. Like if both sides were just losing, like kings used to do that. They used to say fuck it. Like they didn't think they were more like that's the little difference. Like back in the days, like certain kings and stuff would like be commanders
Back in
of
the
their
more
actual army of
back
their.
in the feudalist days.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm talking like fucking medieval and shit too. But like, dude, like that's you gotta respect those guys. Like that's ballsy. It's like, okay, I'm a king, but I'm still gonna like what's his name? Alexander the Great. Yeah, he was the king, but he was also at the very head of the fucking army. He was the general and he was a soldier.
So
Which
you
is
mean
like
Caesar and very other Roman emperors that pretty much they did thought in the war as well of doing it, being in the government.
yeah. Like literally they could be a political mind, but then they could
They
also
could
be a military mind.
they could multitask.
Oh yeah, like you don't get leaders like that anymore. You don't. Those were real fucking men. Those were men that were often just soldiers, and through like military campaigns, they became more politicized. Like that's the whole thing too. Like I laugh about like people like this whole thing about like, oh, if you join the military, you're just sacrificing your life. It's like no, like if you join a military, you ensure that to the best of your ability, like with your life, the sacrifice of your life, you're gonna make the lives of like your loved ones and your family members and your friends and the communities that they live in safer.
Not
Like that's
necessarily.
well, yeah, because I mean, if we don't go and do it, who's going to go and do it? Do you get what I'm saying? If
Well, I mean, if you
not,
stay out of a war, you're usually not gonna have like rebels or anything. Or if you have, I don't.
What are you meaning there? I'm talking about like a world war, brother. I'm not talking about like no civil war or an occupation war.
Oh.
That's kind of what I think you're thinking. I'm thinking like a world war or even now, just now, like I've even said, like I am thinking about the U.S. military.
Well, probably Switzerland would probably remain neutral, but would have a
Oh yeah,
military.
yeah, because Switzerland's doing so great right now that it's the fucking rape capital of the world. Yeah, they're doing great over there in Sweden. Everything's all fucking a-okay in Sweden. Yeah, they took in all those refugees and things are just going swell over in Sweden.
Well, if you well, wait, did you say Switzerland? Well, I'm talking about Switzerland. I should say.
Oh, I was saying Sweden. I thought you said Sweden.
Oh, yeah, I'm talking about Switzerland, but I mean Sweden with bringing in all of the refugees and stuff. It's kind of gone into a rape zone, and yeah, the rape there has
It's
increased.
kind of.
What?
It's kind of.
I said,
Did you just say it's kind of?
well, it's a rape show over there, pretty much. I should say, because it's been
Yeah, why are you
increased.
saying kind of? It's like I don't know. Like, maybe that's just me, dude. I call things for what they are. Like I hate when we were like, oh well, yeah, there's a rape problem in Sweden, but all of the young children that are dying in Syria because it's like, what? Those are two completely different problems, and they're both terrible fucking problems. So let's focus. Why are so many young women being raped in Sweden, and why are so many young children dying in fucking Syria? But don't put them together.
But I mean, I gotta say, the women in Syria are kind of being more manly and stuff, and being feminist because they're holding off their homes while the men are being cowards and running away.
Yeah, dude. Have you seen, dude? I don't even care if people think I sound like a fucking asshole for saying this. I have looked at so many of those pictures of refugees getting off of the boats, and I barely see women. All I see is teenage boys, young 20, teenage to like 20-year-old males. Hmm. 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 Dang, that's strange because I could have sworn when I was like reading these things, it was about we were going to be relocating a lot of the children displaced. Not a
But
bunch of teenage and fucking young men.
another thing is, there's even kids fighting in Syria. There's people even fighting in their hometowns, fighting for like their home and stuff. There's like 10,
Bro,
14 and 13-year-olds and
I know
stuff.
what you're talking about. Like I said, my family came from Northern Ireland. It's the same thing there. Kids were trying to join the IRA or trying to join their youth groups at very young ages. It's doesn't exist. It doesn't. What does young kids having or becoming terrorist or um becoming engaged in a civil war, what does that have to do with how many young men are coming over?
Mm.
That has nothing to do with it. Like I'm not trying to like I'm not like this is there's another guy in here like the Surge will be like, oh, that's a retarded or a stupid point. I'm just gonna say that's a null void point. Like, what does children being, whether through their own self will or through the environment around them, they've decided to become um, militarized or paramilitarized, it lays no credence to why there is a disproportionate number of young men coming over from Syria and all these Middle Eastern countries fleeing from
But I
political
mean,
strife.
even when women do get to Europe, they're kind of begging for men to marry them. Now, because they don't really like their uh, husbands and stuff, like their Syrian husbands and stuff, and all Islamic husbands and stuff.
Well, bro, I don't think it sounds gay to like. I don't care. Like, I'm not gonna say Syrian dudes are like ugly or they're handsome. Like, I'm sure they're just like any other country in the world. There's probably some good-looking ones and probably some not so good-looking ones to what
But I mean,
their female standards are.
but I mean, I have some negativities of how Islam works, but I mean, there's positivities of because I mean, for my friend, he's Muslim, and I don't really mind him at all. And I kind of hated him, and then we kind of, I don't know, we got back, and we sort of kind of had our same similarities and agreements. Because he says, uh, well, pretty much we just have this kind of, we kind of hate of capitalism and love our socialism yeah, he kind of just told me a story of because of these owners in the Middle East would own the people and all this other stuff, and
Yeah, they still have slaves. Like here we are over here in North America. People are bitching about like white people and black people, and like, oh, it's like, and oh yeah, you fucking whites owned slaves fucking 100 years ago, and fuck you guys, white privilege. Yet there's fucking Muslims over in Muslim countries and or Arab countries, and they have slaves.
but I gotta say, mostly more leftists are starting to hate Islam because I mean, I took a poll in my communist community, and like lots of people dislike Islam.
Yeah, brother. I mean, like, I'm a Roman Catholic, and I know I laugh when people say, oh, the Crusades, you guys killed people, because people often don't realize when they say the Crusades. Yeah, look at your wording there. The Crusades, not the first. What was the first crusade? It was all the Islamists trying to encroach into Europe and push Islam into Europe.
So they were
So the
spreading it.
Crusades were a response.
So
That's what a lot of people seem to
So
forget.
you're
They always
talking
go,
about Spain with Africa and all because Spain, Islam was trying to have a stronghold in Spain.
and there was other parts of Europe. They were trying to go into the early parts of like the USSR. They were trying to spread into. I'd have to look at the map again, like and this is
Yeah,
why I
there
hate
was
looking
quite
at
a few.
past
There was a pretty good percentage of Muslims in the USSR because of
Yeah, and dude, hey, dude, that's another thing about Romania. Like, dude, when I first ever, I never met my grandma. My grandma Pearl, that was a Romanian. I never met her. The first time because my mom passed away when I was pretty young too. So my dad, when I was about a teenager, he pulled out some old photos and that he found in the attic. He's like, "Oh fuck, I found some photos of your grandma Pearl when she was really young." And I'd seen pictures of my grandma Pearl when she was older, but never when she was young. My grandma Pearl, when she was young, she looks like an attractive, like kind of like one of the like how like the Kardashians, they're like Armenian, so they're brown, but they're not like dark brown, but they're still like they look Middle Eastern. Like is what I'm trying to say. Like that's like how my grandma looked. Like
Kardashians are. I quite hate them.
no, but I'm saying like how they're not like how they're Middle Eastern, but they're not dark Middle Eastern. Like do you
I
get like
don't
they
really pay
have
attention to much of the Kardashians, and
okay,
I
what
just
okay, like I guess what I could say is like they kind of have like a creamish kind of like Latino, like they kind like they look dark, but they don't look Middle East. Like that's what I'm saying is I looked at my grandma and I was like, holy shit. I was like I made a joke to my dad. I was like, was grandma fucking like from India? Because like my grandma was like really dark. That's what a lot of people forget is that like a lot of like old Soviet countries, they do have like quite large minority Muslim populations.
but I gotta
Like
say,
that's what a lot of people forget that. So that's what I'm saying is like my grandma, like she had features that were like darker and shit like that. So it's never surprised me that like Muslims were trying or to get into like people are like, oh, they were trying to get back into Russia back in the day. I'm like, yeah, they had no problem getting into Russia. It was fucking Romania. They weren't allowed into. Vlad the Impaler didn't play no fucking games.
don't forget about Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia, but like what I'm saying is a lot of these like countries like back in the day, they either resisted like the Islamic encroaching through the Crusade, and then the Crusades was a lot of these countries like the Christian response from these countries. But that's what I love when like people focus on that. They're like, "Oh, you fucking Catholics and you Christians, you guys can't condemn Islam or terrorists because the Crusades." And I'm like, "Wait, okay, so your logic is that because of something that happened hundreds of years ago, you can't condemn what's happening today?" Whoa. Like that's where I just go, I don't I hope my children never interact with these kids' children, like
Mm.
or with like or these people don't get a job teaching in like a university or college, and my kid goes there because it's just scary when people like that's their justification for why you are not allowed to criticize Islam. Oh, Christians did it too. Crusades, they killed and murdered people in the name of their religion.
Well, of course.
Yeah,
Well, Christians did the
about
same thing. We even had wars with even the cat. Well, different
Yeah,
Christian.
no, there was pseudo Christian and Catholic like wars, little battles and skirmishes, especially within Europe and in the United Kingdom back in the day. That was a great thing.
But
Protestantism, Catholicism, like the wars between that. Yep, there was a lot of that.
but
There was a
otherwise,
lot of that shit.
from going from talking about Islam, I'm going to talk about how you could maybe pretty much you could easily form a nation in Africa pretty easily if you think about it. You know why?
Why?
Because you should always head towards the youth because they're for some parts of Africa, some of them don't have much of an education. They don't know what to do. And if you target,
Dude, they are literally blank fucking sheets. You could walk up to a kid in Africa and be like, "I'm God," and they'll be like, "You're God?" Yeah, I'm God. I
but,
came down from the fucking sky, little.
but
That.
so for otherwise, you could teach them how to be loyal, and
Yeah,
uh,
oh yeah, yeah, no.
they wouldn't know a thing and wouldn't think it's bad at all, and you could just get them fully on your side pretty easily,
Indoctrinating them.
and
Because at
you
that
could
age, they don't
you
have a
can
brain.
you could even meet with some warlords and get help from them to form
Oh yeah,
some
because
kind of.
they're not the most bright guys either too. I don't care if they're warlords. You just go up to them and you go, "Hey, you know what, man?
Yeah, because
can I?"
Africa is an easy place where you could form a nation at any time. If you have the right stuff and the right people and right equipment, you can probably form a nation maybe in a year, maybe in a few months. I mean, it doesn't take
Uh,
that long.
I would say like okay, whatever country in Africa right now is controlled the most by like rebels or warlords, go there with like a couple thousand mercenaries and just kill them all, and then you guys take over the country.
You can pretty much give propaganda to the people.
Oh, why propaganda? I'll just fucking kick all the people out. It's my country now. I don't give a fuck. This is Connorlandia in Africa. I'll kick you all the fuck out. Y'all can go to fucking Yemen, or y'all can go to fucking Somalia, or y'all can go to fucking Ethiopia. Like I'd legit like I would kill all the warlords, anybody that could oppose me physically, and I would just go into all these villages and like I would just round people up on the back of trucks. I'd be like, "Oh, hey, we're having a big huge banquet to honor our country. There's going to be steak and mashed potatoes and lobsters." All the all the people in this African country would be like, "Oh, fucking President Connor's awesome." Like all happy, they'd be and then I'd just send them over the border. I'm like, oh yeah, and if you don't have a passport dated for right now, you can't get back in the country, and only all the mercenaries in this country are citizens with legal passports. So bye bye, and that's it. You're right. It would be very easy to take over an African country, just as simple as
No, I'm
that,
not
like that.
saying I'm not saying taking over one. I'm saying forming one, forming a nation.
Oh, man, what
But
am
I
I
mean,
gonna
yeah, you
form a
can take over a
nation?
nation pretty easily if you.
Yeah. I'm just going to take shit over, man. I ain't into that forming shit. I'm about, hey, you do all the work. I'm gonna just show up and fucking
But I mean, yeah,
take the
you are
work from
right.
you.
It is easy to take over an African nation at any time
Disgustingly easy.
because if you,
Disgusting.
hold on. When was it? I can't remember. I think this was last year, but there was a president. I think it was in trying to think of the country. Yeah, it was a small nation in Africa, and the guy was trying to take full power and not getting out of it because there was an election. But there was like literally no kinds of formal war because he left. He was a coward and didn't stay with his nation. He left.
Oh, dude, one of the greatest videos I've ever, well, not greatest, but one of the most raw, I think, videos I've ever seen was I watched the movie Lord of War, and it made me a lot more interested in Libya. And plus, I dated a girl from Libya. She was fucking beautiful. Like, oh my god, like, uh. But long story short, so I got more interested in Libya like in my later teens, like after seeing the movie and dating this chick. So I'm like, I wonder what Libya's like whole history is and like all that. So Wikipedia, Googling, and all that, and then I get into
Wikipedia.
the yeah, I get into the more modern. Well, dude, here's the whole thing. Here's the whole
I
thing.
gotta
I,
love
I always look
Wikipedia.
I always look at fact as fact. I never trust a fact until I presently see that fact play out in front of my eyes. Like you could tell me 2 + 2 = 4, but until I write it down on the paper and like my brain processes like I'll always look at a fact as a fact, but I never trust a fucking fact until it's materialized right in front of my eyes. Which I know is kind of an old approach, but I think it's a lot safer. stops you from putting your foot in your mouth a lot more often. But I got into where the more modern history was, and it was when that fucking warlord, like the guy that was in Lord of War, that he was doing all the business with, and it showed when they took over the government office, because like it was the same thing you said. He was like a rebel. He was like a rebel, and one of the governments there, they held an election, and people thought it was like a rigged election, so they fucking stormed his palace. And dude, I watched the video of them. They killed the president or the prime minister or whatever. It was fucking brutal, man. Like the guy's like begging for his life. He's like, I'll sign the country over to you. Like just let me get on a plane and fucking leave. And they like take his hand, they chop his hand off, and they don't chop it off cleanly. They like chop into it, and then they pull it from like the ligament. Oh, like it. I was like fucking like covering my eyes watching this shit. I was like, what the fuck? And then they're all like beating him over the head with like a club and shit, and like that was it. And then like obviously like they killed him like off screen or whatever, but like they were just showing that, and I was like, holy fuck. So in Africa, like even if you're like, okay, I give up, they don't give a fuck. They're still gonna kill you. They don't care. Even if you surrender. Like the guy didn't surrender right away. He did
Of course,
fight like a
because of Africa's, it's pretty much barbaric and
they
some.
they, they, they,
bar-
they do,
bar-
yeah, like to them surrendering is more foreign than fighting to win. Like fighting to win is more of the norm than saying, oh hey, let's talk this out. Like that is kind of a sad reality, yeah. But like
well,
that's what happened. Was like the guy obviously didn't like rescind and leave office, so they had like a small scale, like like little civil war, the rebels and the government, and the rebels won. But instead of letting him leave, the guy was like, no, 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 we're gonna chop your fucking hand off, tear it from your body, club you to semi-consciousness, and then we're probably going to do worse off of the camera. Because like I remember when you're watching this, it was like an African, or it was some international, like it was some like BBC News was with the rebels, and they were with the rebels when they stormed the palace, and like the rebels are like, turn the camera off as they're torturing the guy. So like that they didn't think that like these BBC people were gonna keep the cameras rolling. Like that's when they realized, they're like, oh shit, turn the camera off, because they're torturing this guy like right on camera. Like, oh fuck. It's like almost the same thing that happened with Gaddafi. Have you seen the Gaddafi? Yeah, that's a good. I'm not gonna lie though. I watched that one and I didn't cover my eyes because I wanted to see Gaddafi get it. Like, he's
Nah,
fucking-
man. That made
yeah, I
that made
seen.
me angry. That one.
dude, they sodomized his fucking ass. Like,
I did see like him
oh,
being carried in the streets, and then I
dude, no,
seen.
no, 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 dude. Okay, so basically they pistol whip him a bunch of times with his like golden, because he was like Saddam Hussein, like they get those golden AKs, golden Glocks. So they take his golden Glock from him, they like beat him over the head and across the face with it for like 5 fucking minutes. They're pistol whipping him with a solid gold gun. Like, so they're just beating the shit out of him. Then they strangle him with like rope, and then they're all like beating him and kicking him with like sticks and shit. And then they take him out of the back of the truck. They bend him over a rock on the side of a road, and they pull out a knife, and they start stabbing him right in the asshole, like
I
right in
didn't
the
see
fucking
that bit.
asshole.
I'm glad I didn't see that bit.
Oh,
But
that shit was brutal, dude. You could see the blood hemorrhaging
well,
out of his ass. Like it's
well, there was another time uh, it was on camera, and well, if you've seen the Benito Mussolini, how he kind of fell out of power and stuff. He was
and
pretty
then it
much
shows
got.
his death. Yeah, like when they strung everybody up in the streets,
But
like him and his
but
wife.
but first thing first was that the Italian. I don't know if they were. I think they were just anti-fascist, but they brought him to. I think no, they were Italian communists, I should say. They brought him to a wall. This one guy, he was about to shoot him. His gun didn't work. It was jammed, and I think he had. I think Benito Mussolini's wife was there. I think
Yeah,
she
because they
took
hung her too.
because no, they weren't hanged. No, 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 no. Hold on, I need to still continue the story. So the wife was trying to block the shots and say, "No, don't shoot him," and he shot her, and then he kind of like was like I don't know what kind of position, what do you call it? Then he was like shot, and then he fell, and after a while they were a bunch of he was hanged in the streets, and people were like kind of clubbing them, I guess. While
Yeah,
they're
but
being
wasn't his
hanged.
wife hung beside him? Like I know she was dead
Yeah,
already, but yeah, she got like that's
yeah,
what I'm saying is like
she
she
was.
didn't get hung
But
to death, but like she got strung up in the streets beside him and like what yeah, yeah.
but even another fact, Hitler saw that and he said he never wanted that to happen to him, and you know, he kind of did this. He was
That's why he
inspired
took the
by
caps.
Frederick. Hold on, what was his name? Frederick Will. What was his name? I can't think of his name now.
Isn't it
He was a
Wilmhurst?
Prussian. No, 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 no. He was inspired to stay in that bunker by some kind of. I can't remember who it was, but he said that he never wanted to be hanged or anything, but he kind of just said he's going to shoot himself, and his doctor said that's probably the easiest way to pretty much kill yourself really quickly.
Yeah, but didn't he take like a capsule and the capsule didn't work? Or something like that. It was something like he took a capsule, the capsule was taking too long, it was too painful, so he just shot himself.
Oh yeah, I
I think
heard.
that yeah, like I think that's the version of events. It was like he took a cyanide or like a certain type of
I think
capsule
there
that's supposed
was
to
some.
kill you.
I think even Hitler, because I think Hitler even gave some pills to the secretary, some of the people that he was in with in the Fuhrer's bunker.
Yeah.
But necessarily, I don't think. I think some of them. Um. Oh wait, no, no, no. Hold on. Well, actually, if you look at who was his name? I can't think of his name now. His wife. Who was it? Hold on, I gotta look at it.
Uh
Goebbels. Yeah, Goebbels' wife. Um.
yeah.
He pretty much his wife had the pills, but but first thing she did is that her kids went to sleep, and then she would put a pill in their mouth and like make them forcefully crunch it, and then they would die. And then she would just do that to all of her children, and then uh yeah.
I'm like when you just say that, like I legit just get like sick. Like that's like people feeding their own flesh and blood like death. Like here, take this. Like I couldn't do it. I couldn't.
And then after that Hitler requested that his body was burnt, and so they did what they the guards and stuff guarding him said, okay, we'll do it. And that happened. And after Hitler passed with his wife, pretty much, I think it was he shot his wife first and then shot himself.
Shot himself. People say to this day
And
though,
then
Hitler's getting a pretty nice damn tan on a beach somewhere in Brazil.
you mean
But
Argentina?
I have to admit, I've looked at like the FBI. You know, like after like 50 years or whatever, they have to declassify documents. They've got declassified documents saying that they were tracking Hitler in Argentina. Like,
Yeah, and the Mossad over in Israel, they were tracking a lot of high-ranking like SS and death camp officials. Oh fuck yeah!
you know that
And then
Mossad
can
was
I
actually
can I
founded.
keep telling the story of what happened to Goebbels and his wife? He pretty much did the same thing, but did it outside of the bunker. So he shot his wife first and then shot himself, and then he requested that his body was also burnt. So yeah.
Yeah, you know it's pretty hard to find evidence of
I don't know if
a
Hitler
dead
is
body when it's
actually
burnt.
but I don't know if Hitler is actually alive because there are theories that he I think it was what was his name? I'm trying to think of the general who it was. Oh, let me look it up. I gotta think of his name. I'm kind of forgetting all this stuff now. Ugh.
Eisenhower?
That would have been a great general. Well, just kidding. That isn't.
Oh man,
Um.
I like Mattis
Oh
dropping
yeah,
bombs on the
Goring.
bomb.
Hermann Goring.
Oh
That was his like he kind of loved Hitler and stuff, and he wanted him to survive. So there's a theory that he said Hitler, you and your wife, and you need to leave like right now out of Berlin. And then he said he would have these people that exactly looked like Hitler and his wife, and
oh,
stay.
dude, Hitler was one of the first ever elected officials to use body double. It's been documented that Hitler had body doubles. He had doubles for assassination attempts and public like. So it's like, yeah, and dude, we're talking about like the fucking 40s when like literally it was like, okay, you're dead. This is your dead body. Okay, here's the autopsy. Blah blah blah. Like they didn't check dental records. They didn't check thumbprints and shit back then. Like
But
it was.
the Soviets took Berlin, and so nobody knows if Hitler was surviving with the Soviets because the Soviets didn't say anything. they kind of had everything all taken on their side and, kept it at this case close to themselves.
Yo, Connor, turn your camera off, you ugly motherfucker. We can see your face, man. You ugly as shit. Oh, god damn, that's a face not even a mother could love.
Is that oh my God, is that the North Korean flag, the dynasty? The fake socialist dynasty? Ooh.
Yo, you really got the name Connor and you rocking a North Korea flag? Dude, my name's Connor and you're a disgrace to all Connors.
You
got
are
a fucking
you
North-
are a dynasty. That is, I don't agree with the Kim Jong. Not many socialists because I was talking to my Canadian comrade and he said that he doesn't like the well, supposedly socialism in North Korea because it's pretty much a dynasty and like a dictatorial dynasty and
Dude, North Korea is just fucked. Just
the
fucked.
dynasty.
Oh, he left, yo. What a pussy. What the yo, I said he was ugly, turned his cam off, he left. Like, come on, man. Like, I've been called way worse. I've been called like an incestual three-eyed goat fucker on YouTube, and I've still stayed here, so come on.
I'm gonna actually look up on a book and see how I should get the Wendigo. And like
The Wendigo? Oh, you mean
the
the
Wendigo? No, not the Wendigo. It's the Wendigo. The Navajo.
it's a legend, yeah. It's like
Spirit.
it's their
And
version
there's
of like
Skinwalker, the New Jersey
yeah,
Devil.
yeah. It's their version of like a shift shape or like a skin, yeah. Succubus, Skinwalker.
I,
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
I love reading upon those stories and then Skinwalker.
Dude, you know what? I random little sci fact because you brought up that thing. You ever heard of the show Supernatural?
Oh boy, that show. Yeah.
No. Okay, that's the thing is I like that show when they did the whole like looking for like Bloody Mary, Sasquatch, Wendigo, like like when they were doing more like monster like fairy tale monsters, like you know what I'm saying, like the monsters of legend, and like now the show's all like
Krampus.
angels.
How about Krampus?
Yeah, dude, that's what I remember is like they did episodes about like Krampus, fucking Bloody Mary. They had one about
I don't
like
know
the
if this was
Candyman.
actually real, but have you heard of the Russian sleep experiment? I think it was called.
Yeah, oh, dude, I've heard of that one. Yeah, that fucking, I'm not gonna lie, that shit is fucking actually kind of scary. Like how like they all turned into like they basically looked like demons afterwards.
I don't
I don't
And they
believe
know.
said they,
I don't think
I don't-
they turned into demons.
bruh, no, like
They were.
no,
They were pretty
they
much.
looked very
They were
gaunt. They
turned
looked
into
like
mentally insane. Pretty
yeah,
much.
like they looked like sick and like just
Even
like they
even the scientists like on the final, I think there was like one more that like was still left, but he was like mentally freaking crazy and the general said leave him. He said he pointed at the scientist and said you need to stay in there with that guy, and he's like no, and he took the general's I don't know, some high ranking officer's pistol and shot him, and like the people in the room, like this was like kind of a medical room, and they started running and screaming and ran out of there. And he pointed the gun at the uh, person. He says, "What the fuck are you?" And he says, "I am you," and all this other shit. And he's like, shot him, and then he's like, and then he pointed at his head and then shot himself.
oh, I didn't hear that part. I just heard that like the Russians took a bunch of like political prisoners and like kind of like criminals and put them in this whole like
Oh,
sleep
you must be
deprivation.
talking about something else. I'm talking about something different. I haven't really looked into that kind of stuff, but I mean, no.
Okay, wait. Explain this. Okay. I'm gonna explain mine first. Okay, so like this one, as I remember, I'm just verbatim trying to pull the facts of the video as I remember them. It was like the Russian government took like gulag prisoners and criminal prisoners and political prisoners, and essentially they put them in like a black room with no noise, no light, and like whenever they would fall asleep, they'd wake them back up, and they did this like continuously for like a month or like 30 days, and like everybody like went insane and like started saying they were seeing like demons and shit, and like like I almost want to pull it out because it was like really like they showed a picture, and I'm not sure if it's but it showed a bunch of like these guys on beds, and these guys look like fucking like in the movies when they show like vampires, how they have like the old Dracula like 50s and 60s. These guys look like that. They looked like they didn't look human. And it was like basically like they found from the experiment that like these people were like they were like having severe like hallucinations about demons and Satan and shit, and it was like they started committing suicide and like it was just like fucked up. It was like, whoa, like they actually did this to fucking people. Like unless these guys were murderers and rapists, like then like nobody that stole a TV deserves that. But like I know this may sound very
I
inhumane, but if
I watched
if
a
you've murdered
documentary
and
of
killed
the
people, you
Russian
deserve it.
prisons, and I think it was a pretty bad one. But this kid, he was like 21, I believe, or something, and he said the reason why he ended up in prison was because he stole a potato.
Oh yeah, because it's like in Russia, like they stole a fucking potato because there's nothing to fucking eat, like legit. And
But
it's
this
like,
was
oh,
like this is modern day Russia. I'm not talking about Soviet era. This is like,
oh yeah, no, dude. There is still a lot of problems within Russia.
but I gotta say Putin's approval rating is like 86%. I really do like him because the thing
Yeah,
about
well,
him,
here's the thing.
the thing
Oh, go
about
ahead.
him is that he only elects governors, which is a smart idea because he wants to keep the Russian Federation kept on going and not want like the old Soviet Union back.
Yeah. And you know what? As much as people say he uses it as his own little kind of Soviet Union, yeah, obviously. But I mean, fucking, can you blame the guy? He goes, hey, keep power with me or fucking return it to the old fucking ways.
I mean, he's really good at keeping the Russian Federation pretty at a good point. And even he said that he agrees with socialist and communist ideas as well.
Oh, word.
But I even believe he even used socialist um uh shoot, I don't know what he used it for, but he like sort of was kind of using socialism with Russia.
Word. Oh, Connor's back. You got your mic muted this time, Connor? What's
Nope.
going on? Hey, what's up? So what's up with the North Korea thing, man? You down with North Korea?
Yep.
Wow, okay. So why are you down with North Korea?
Because they're currently fighting U.S. imperialism.
Oh my
I would agree with
God.
you.
Oh my
I
God.
would
No, no, no,
hold on,
no, 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 no,
hold
no,
on.
no,
Do
no,
you
no.
guys know
You can't agree.
anything about Juche? Do you know anything about Kim Il Sung's thoughts, theories, ideology?
Well, I mean, I still
Do
need
you
to
know
study about
anything
North
about that?
Korea. That's kind of
Well,
a
I
thing I
don't
haven't
need.
studied yet, but I've studied
Yeah.
China. I
So,
cited China and
are you guys just following like capitalist propaganda that North
no,
Korea is
well,
evil?
No, I'm
I'm a
I'm
fellow
actually.
comrade.
Wait.
I don't
Yeah,
listen to that stuff. I just know
and
the
I was
real
just
stuff.
and I was about to say I had South Korean coworkers that I worked with for about 5 years, and they all came from South Korea, and they all told me South Korea is not great, but if you think North Korea is any fucking better, and they just start laughing. So I think that pretty much is. I'm gonna take
Well,
the
of
South
course they
Koreans'
think that.
answer.
So wait,
Well, of
hold
course
on,
they would think that.
Connor.
Can I say
I'm
something?
not I don't accept propaganda. I just know for a fact because my fellow comrades tell me things about North Korea, and some of my comrades agree it's a dynasty. Why would you agree with North Korea? They're a dynasty. They're terrible.
I don't think that
But I mean,
just
the people
because
aren't
they
bad or
might
anything.
have
I'm not saying like
inherited.
the people are bad, but I'm saying that like Kim Jong Un is like probably the worst leader and terribly like
And
bad.
I was gonna say too, they're fighting U.S. imperialism, but they've imperialized themselves within their own nation and how they treat their
They
citizens.
sanction themselves.
Exactly. It's like as much as you want to say that they're fighting the U.S., they shoot themselves in the foot more so than the U.S. could ever fucking do to them or
Do you
force other
have any
countries to do to them.
examples?
Nobody wants to fucking play ball with them. Like literally.
Do you have examples?
Do I have examples?
What do
No,
you mean
no. But
examples?
I'm just gonna go
So
off the
this is
general.
just made up.
Wait,
These aren't
what?
actual arguments. They're just made up.
How are these? I'm telling, dude, I'm a fellow comrade, and I agree with socialism, but for me, North Korea isn't necessarily
I
anything.
don't think I'd call you a comrade if you're going to resort to personal attacks like you did earlier.
So you're calling my other comrades not comrades? Then you're not a true
Yeah,
comrade.
yeah.
'cause you believe
I
in
was
a
gonna say,
dynasty.
that was me calling you ugly earlier. So don't even go at him. That was all me.
Okay,
That was
those are
dude. They're a
you're
dynasty. Why
actively
do you
working
agree with
towards
that? They're a
disbanding left
dynasty.
unity.
They're like the worst. Like North Korea is like having like the worst form of
Aren't you a Titoist?
what?
Aren't you a Titoist?
Wait. Actually, wait. No, you asked for an
Not
example.
necessarily.
Wait. Don't they imprison their own journalists? That like they imprison their own
No.
press and journalists.
They control the media
Is
over
there
there.
proof of this?
They
They control the media in every socialist state. They
No,
do it in
because
Cuba.
okay.
Not really.
I would like to send you a link, Connor. There was a news channel I followed. They're called Vice, or not. Sorry, not Vice. Blah, oh my god, I can't believe I almost said that. They are called. Oh, fuck God. Blah, 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 blah.
Vox.
No.
I am a true, but hold on.
They're
Connor
Canadian
said
and
I'm not a
American.
true comrade. I am a true comrade because
Oh, he's a true comrade. I'll tell you that. Boy is a true comrade.
But I mean, I agree with Marcus. Like, no. I
But
believe that some of my comrades can change socialism and have it more efficient than because they probably have learned from other leaders and their mistakes and probably would make it more efficient.
like this is what you're trying to say too. Is like socialism. It could work if it's implemented by people with good principles and good morals.
People. If it has the right people.
Exactly. If criminals or fucking those types or gangsters and murderers get involved, then they just pimp it out,
Like
turn it into their own.
But I mean, if it's like idiotic people,
sorry, say
or
again,
like
Connor?
people, or if it's like people like Stalin or anybody like that, and then it's not going to turn fun. It's just going to turn right down.
But Connor, who did you say that the anarchists or I couldn't quite hear you.
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. Well, dude, anarchists are they just want to blow shit up. Like you could give an anarchist $1 million and they'd burn it. Like that's how.
Not
that's
all
what
anarchists want to blow them up. You can talk to my ANCAP friend because he's an anarcho-capitalist, but he probably doesn't want the like. He's not like terroristic, but I still don't like anarcho-capitalism because I don't think it's efficient. I don't even think it's an anarchy at all.
It's the okay. Here's the same thing as like what I was even talking about earlier. Paramilitaries have their political wings that don't get involved in any of the violence, but they are still associated together. So you can't.
So you mean like Germans in the military? Because there are some nationalists.
This is like literally what I'm trying to say. If you want to call yourself an anarchist, you can't. You are. I don't care. To me, by my definition, you're lumped in with the people that are blowing shit up. Because they call themselves anarchists, and I don't care how well spoken you are, or even the only difference being is if you actually condemn the violence.
But hold on. There's a thing. There's a what's it called? The non.
Because often I'll meet a lot of those anarchists. They go, oh, I'm an anarchist.
Wait, have you heard of the thing? No, my comrade, not my comrade. Okay. But my my ANCAP friend says that there's a thing called the NAP, which is the non-aggression principle, which they pretty much. It's common sense of defense and not really shooting each other. And then there's another.
No. See that.
And then there's private security. And then there's private security and stuff that you can hide.
No, but if you look at the theory itself, if you look at the theory of anarcho-communism itself, there's nothing inherently bad about it, but it's just that a lot of the people who try to bring that about aren't really anarcho-communists who actually know the theory, but they're usually just people who want to make little let's share everything communities.
Have you heard of the
blowing
thing
up the government?
Wait, have you heard of the thing? Have you heard of the party called the Communist Party? USA. They're quite funny because they're quite fake. They're all Democrat. They supported Obama, which he was a Democrat, but the Socialist Party but the Socialist Party is truly true. They're true comrades because they don't like the Republicans or the Democrats, and they don't support neither one of them.
The way I see it, they're both kind of the same. They have the same kind of impact on the rest of the world. It's just how they want to do things at home, which are different mostly.
You know what the biggest problem is with this world too, I find? Young guys our age, we're voting for guys that are like 50 and fucking 60. Like that shit needs to really stop. Like this whole thing where like politicians are like, oh, you guys are the change. You're the vote, the next generation. You're the new voice. It's like, why are we giving our voice over to old people? Like I do think in a lot of countries around the world, more young people need to start running in government.
Yes, I'm kind of thinking that as well,
Yeah.
because if you look at the Common Core right now, they're kind of making all the decisions, while some of the people at my age don't have representation. We can't speak crap because they kind of make all the changes and crap, and we don't really agree with any of the shit. So why don't we get to become into it or have representation? Because then
Representation is the
because
main
they
thing,
don't
man.
because they're not the children, they're just the people making the decisions and choosing what we should do. We should be choosing what we want to do, not what
Exactly. And they're fucking baby boomers. Their generation's gonna be good. Give it another 20 fucking years, like all of us will still be in our 40s. We'll be below 50 and they'll all be dead.
But as
Like we'll actually be dealing with what's going on in the world, whereas they're making the laws that in 10 to 15 years, most of them aren't gonna be here. Like,
hold on. The thing about me is that my National Socialist friend said, he says, even though you're young, but do you really think that socialism will work because you never really got a job, you never really have been in society? Because I don't know, I haven't got a job, so maybe I might not be a socialist anymore.
oh well, dude, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I dropped out of school at 15. I've had a lot of fucking jobs. I wish I'd stayed in school and found like a career, but that's the thing, is like not everybody's the same. Some people they'll work 9 to 5 jobs their whole life with a family, and they'll barely be able to support them, but that's what they do. And some people,
But I mean,
they go to
the thing
school,
about- I'm
they have
trying to
no
find-
kids, and they have a career where they're making 100 plus a fucking year.
Well, the thing about
They
me, I'm
work
kind
for
of
the
just gonna
money
go
so
for-
that they can buy the life that they'll never be able to live because they've worked for it all their entire
Oh no,
lives.
I feel you on that. Like there is a disproportion too of like people are going into careers where it's like
Oh, yeah.
they don't need that career to sustain themselves. Like believe me, like, if you're an intellectual mind and you want to go into some research type of field or something like that, like okay, but do you really need to make 300,000 a year? Like we could be looking at that as a government. Literally, it's like allocating like wages within certain fields and stuff. Now I know some things are offered through like especially in intellectual and pseudo mind, like the fields of careers of that, like a lot of that is through like you're doing that through university or government, like government bodies that have certain researching and like think tanks. And but it's just like why is a young lady that's got 5 fucking kids, why is her like legit, like why is her being a nursing assistant, like why is she only making 50K a year, and some guy that literally reads a couple of pages of law and things or bills or laws that we're going to put into place and he signs off on them, why is he making 200,000 a fucking year of taxpayers money?
It's just dumb.
Yeah, it is. And you want to know why? That's because there's old guys in government where it's like, oh, this guy needs to make 200,000 a year, and that's the law. But dude, I've already said it. Like if like I am more militarized. Like I do think if I were to ever join anything within a government body, it would be the military. But like if I were to get into the government, I would overhaul it so fucking bad that people wouldn't want to work in government anymore. Like that's what Trump's trying to do in America. He's trying to get rid of people are like, oh, he's getting rid of the Board of Education. It's like yeah, because they spend hundreds of millions of dollars every year, and for the whole or for the whole demographic of America, are most people happy with the education system? No. Well, then why the fuck do you think he got rid of it? Because he's like, we're just spending money to spend fucking money.
I mean, if you look at Obamacare, people think that he was a true socialist. No, he's not. He's just a Democrat, and pretty much Obamacare pretty much screwed America over because because my father says that even if he pays enough money for the insurance or anything like that, guess what? He doesn't get covered worth of shit. So it's kind of rigged.
I know.
I don't know if this is true or not, but I've heard that under Obamacare, people who couldn't afford welfare beforehand are now fined because they don't have welfare.
Yeah, because they depended on Obamacare too much, and even my I have a poor friend, and he's a comrade, a fellow of mine, and he says that, pretty much, Obamacare killed him. Like his family's now like, I don't know.
Like they're so used to they got so used to
program.
Yeah, they got so used to sucking at the teat that's all that they want to do, or that's all that they have for right now. It's like, oh wait, go
They just
find
depend
jobs.
on it, and then they depend on it too much, and they're going to start to collapse. And
no, it's a fucking sad thing.
It makes people poor and it makes people lazy.
Lazy. No, you're absolutely right, Connor.
Welfare is a good idea, but just in the way that it exists today, it's just
it
not
needs to be vetted so much thoroughly. Like, I'd rather be the type of country or government where people complain that they're getting kicked off of welfare than people just sitting on it and just being comfortable. Like I would rather have it in the
Yeah.
news. It's like Canada kicks off 100,000 people of welfare. They all complain, blah blah blah. It's like, well, then those 100,000 fucking people, I'm gonna say that probably 75% of them or higher don't fucking need it, and they're just kicking up fucking dirt because we took it away from them.
Well, hold on.
The function of welfare should not be
Well,
to
hold on.
just
The thing
give poor
about me
people.
is that, I
Okay.
think it would be efficient, but soon as people get to that stage of they can just be dependent and not need to be with so much dependent on the program or whatever you're on, then they should be
Yeah, but
kicked off.
mister, that's bullshit because you know what? I've met so many people, including myself, that they came from middle class or poorer families and they didn't go on welfare when they got out. They found a fucking job. This is what I find. Too many kids. Okay, I'm moving
Well,
out
no,
this year.
hold
Oh,
on. No, but
I'm going to college or university. Instead of handing out resumes, I'm just gonna go to the welfare office. Like it's a disgusting habit of a lot of young adults of both female and male. It's like, oh, I'm now in the adult world. Well, I'm going to claim that I have social anxiety. I have some type of mental disorder that makes it difficult for me to find employment or keep employment. And that's how they're getting on
but
welfare.
then there
And they're
should be more of an examination on their health or whatever, because then there should
no. It should be more force where, dude, like I remember when I was fucking 13 years old. When I was 13, my dad looked at me and he's like, "You want any money this summer?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Call your uncle fucking Jimmy. He's got a job throwing bags in the back of his truck. You ain't getting it from me." Like that's what I'm saying is like these kids have grown up. They're still 17 and 18. Their parents are buying them iPhones. Their parents are buying them all brand name clothing, blah, blah, yada, yada. And then they get out and it's like, oh, I have to pay $600 for an apartment. I have to keep at least $300 for food in my fridge a month. I have to pay a cell phone bill. I have to pay a heat and a hydro and hot water bill and electricity bill. Oh fuck, that's about $1,200. And then most parents at that age, thankfully, they say, oh, like, yeah, I gave you a little too much, but no, I'm not going to pay your rent. Some parents do, which is disgusting. They'll pay their kids rent while they're in college or once they're out of the home. But a lot of these kids are going, oh fuck, I gotta work, and okay, I'll work. I'll make $1,600 a month on minimum wage. So after I pay all my bills, I have $300 to myself for the month. Oh fuck, that's not good. But I can go on welfare. I can make $1,500 a month. I only have $200 after all my bills, but I get to sit on my ass and wait for a check at the end of the month.
But another thing is, I don't really, if there's people trying to fake or false say that they're really this and this, I mean, then they should be just literally not allowed to use it at
Kicked
all.
off. Well, that's why I say it needs to be vetted.
But the thing for my kind of ideals and programming, like how programs should work, is that if they're like, in deep shit and they're kind of in the bad parts of they need help, I would allow it. But then, as soon as they reach that point when they're becoming more efficient and getting a job, getting all this other stuff, I'm going to kick them off of it. But I'm really saying that, I'm not going to let them lay on it. I'm going to like say, you need to get this done or we're going to kick you off. And, it's kind
of, there's like where I'm from up in Canada, once you're on welfare for 3 months, they start an application process where if you're not handing out applications every day.
As I said, I'm not going to let people slack off. I'm going to tell them
exactly.
They need to get to this certain day or month or whatever, and they need to start getting their asses on this, or they're going to be literally kicked off if they don't really.
Yeah, but dude, there's also situations where it'll be like, okay, let's say there's a family or there's a group of friends, and they're all like they live in the same neighborhood, they live in the same house, apartment complex. It's like, okay, you two go get on welfare for the 3 months, and then when they start asking us to do jobs, just get off of welfare, and then us two will go get it. Like. It's such a pimped out system that people like families will pimp it out together. Couples will pimp it out together. It's gotten to the point where it has to be taken away and it needs to be vetted so thoroughly before it's even given to people that it's not something that people it needs to get to the point where people go, fuck, it's more difficult to get onto welfare and to prove that you need welfare than it is to go to McDonald's and say, okay, I'll take the $11 to flip the burgers. Because that's what it is too. It's a pride thing. People are too proud to get off their ass and go fucking flip a burger. Like they think that's below them. People are too proud to get off their ass, go fucking down to a Home Depot, stand by some fucking Latinos, and when the Latinos get offered $50 to work for the day, say, fuck that, I'll work for $45. Because they're too fucking proud. Because they know that welfare is there.
I think it's funny that there are things like welfare and whatnot. There's so many things that try to help people who live under capitalism, but it never addresses the issue and it only creates more. So it
I
brings up the question, why do we even have the source of all these problems, which is capitalism?
But I mean, what else was I gonna say?
It's not
Ooh,
going
wait,
away
wait, wait, wait,
overnight,
wait.
but
You're saying
still.
social welfare is a result of capitalism?
I don't know if it's
I
a
wouldn't.
result of
I wouldn't
capitalism,
say.
but
Yeah, like I wouldn't say it would be
we couldn't
100%
have it
result.
without capitalism.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like I wouldn't say it's 100% a result, but it's a trickle down of it's
But
created a thing where people go, okay, everybody's making money, but we can't get jobs. We can't sustain ourselves with the money that you, the government, give out to buy food, pay for housing, and yeah. So it is a trickle
but
down effect.
But another thing is that, if you sort of look at the universal health care, how it worked in Cuba, their healthcare is like extremely better than like some of the nations down in South America.
oh yeah,
I don't know. I have a few homies that they grew up in Cuba and they've immigrated here, and especially one of them in America, and he's online. He is very vocal about how if anybody thinks that capitalism or socialism is great in Cuba, go take a trip down there, go get a doctor, or like that's just what he says. He goes, "Oh, you think universal healthcare is great? Go to Cuba and try getting a doctor."
Okay. Well, I mean, I've heard different stories from different.
yeah. Like that's true, but
No.
it's also true
That's what I'm
that
saying. Is like we can hear
right.
as much stories as we want, but actually, if me and you were to go down to fucking Cuba, like let's say we're there on a fucking vacation or something, let's just say we bang ourselves up or accidentally get nicked on the knee, like go in and try and get a fucking doctor.
Oh yeah, Cuba has a lot of problems, but if you look at Cuba before the socialist revolution, it wasn't any better.
You mean with Batista
And
and
I
stuff?
think,
Yeah.
yeah, like I've heard of Michael. Do you know who Michael Perenni is?
Like, I never heard of that name. I just heard of Batista and some other
He,
people that have ruled
I'll
Cuba.
send you a link. Michael Perenni, he's a political scientist, and he made a video about Cuban socialism, and it's pretty good. I'll send it to the community.
word.
Wait,
I'll
which
have to check
community?
that out later.
Oh wait, you're part of. Oh, you're from the communist.
Yeah,
community.
no.
Yeah, I really don't like it, but it's the biggest one, so it's the best way to get out my voice.
True, to an extent, dude. Like YouTube is a great place. Like it's this new form of media that's like we can just all fucking like the mainstream, the MSM wouldn't like pick up on the narratives or the voices that
But
that
Oh,
another
we're
thing about
putting out there.
like some countries that they've gotten far with healthcare and stuff, or not healthcare, like have invented like health and stuff.
Word.
Because the USSR invented in 1929, they invented the blood transfusion, the cardiac.
Blah, blah, blah. In 19 blah 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 they created the blah
Borscht.
That sounds
then-
like a German invention.
blah.
And then 1930,
Blah.
the USSR invents the blood bank. 1933, the USSR invents the kidney transplant. 1937.
Wait. They invented the blood vein?
Blood bank.
Oh, I thought somebody said blood vein. I was like, nah, God created that shit.
Oh,
And then
God.
1937, the USSR invents the artificial heart. 1946, the USSR
It was a pig's
invents the heart-lung transplant.
What about that dog head thing?
1974, they invent the
Connor got the joke. You caught the joke. It was a
What
pig's
dog?
heart. It was
Where's
a
your
dog's head.
God? Where's your God, dude?
He's chilling up in heaven.
And then in Cuba,
Why has God forsaken us?
and then in Cuba in 2015, they create the glorious cancer vaccine.
No.
Bullshit. No, don't say that. Because you know what, man? That's not cool. Like, I'm gonna put if
It's
Russia
a
has
potential here.
okay, potential. I was gonna say if they had an actual vaccine, I'm pulling up to Russia right now and I'm shooting them for my mom and my grandma. I'll be like, y'all didn't give me my cancer. Y'all didn't give the cancer pills up, and you had it back in the 30s.
Russia's pretty cool,
What?
man. Russia,
No, this was
well, look-
2015. for Cuba.
Oh, 2015.
The elements.
Yeah, but you heard that whole thing, mister, about like, you know, with the whole thing that happened. I think it was last year or the year before, 2015 or 2016. All like the top experts in like AIDS research and everything, they all died on that plane crash.
Just talk, dude. Hey, Bob.
Hey, LaSurge, I can talk all I want. You came into the conversation late, so shut up, you pussy.
No. It's don't do that again. Okay, please. Okay, what I was
like, holy fuck, I didn't know you ran out of toilet paper and you only had sandpaper to wipe your vagina with. Why are you so fucking salty?
You sound like laziness here.
Can I please speak?
Thank you, Connor.
I've been talking on this whole shit hour. Holy ball.
Yo, hey, anybody, if this LaSurge guy ever comes at you, he's just a high-strung atheist.
Oh, I'm high-strung.
That believes that terrorists should be given money.
Wait, who made the live stream? I got a question. Who made the live stream?
Oh, it's our girl Yesenia, yeah.
And I've been trying to say
that's our queen, Queen Yesenia.
I don't bow down to queen.
Oh shit, this is live.
Oh, Yesenia, man, she is an Azteca queen.
So Bob, okay, the official
I believe in the termite
military report on that.
Oh, they didn't let him sleep. When they didn't let him sleep. When. LaSurge, you dude, I'm LaSurge. No, I don't have any respect for you because you're trying to justify why they gave a terrorist $10.5 fucking million.
Gun trigger.
Not gonna listen.
Punk kid.
Not gonna listen.
Your little fucking
not
punk
gonna listen. This punk little kid is not gonna listen.
Little fucking tantrum, right? He's putting his
not
fucking
gonna listen.
Right?
Not gonna listen.
What a fucking
not gonna listen.
Hey, you're a fucking kid. Listen,
not
I'm a fucking adult
gonna listen.
here. Okay?
Dude, you're an adult on the fucking internet. You really think that's gonna get? Oh, you're high tier. Ooh, you ranked up. Oh my god, achievement unlocked. Adult on the internet.
It might strike you as a surprise that the internet is part of the real fucking world.
Okay, yeah, okay,
I'm trying to say one thing to you, okay, that you got wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, do you want to know the truth or not?
Oh, please enlighten me.
Okay, Arar.
I was just fucking around. I don't care what the fuck you got to say about Kadar, you fucking
the
guy.
question of whether or not.
Hold on, I want to say something. This is sort of the thing where me and my friends have I've complained to some people about capitalism, and then they complain about socialism, and then it's just a repeat of things. So I kind of say, well, this is stupid. This doesn't do shit. It's a repeat
it's not constructive. You know, people get all personal and offended and shit, okay, where I'm trying to have a reasonable fucking talk with someone who's you can't apparently speak reasonably with.
No, you can speak very reasonably to me, but as soon as you mention anything about Kadar, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, okay. Cotter, okay, well, whatever his name is.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what are we talking about? Maybe I can...
It's a Canadian dude who just got paid out $10 million, okay, by our government because his rights were violated, okay? This could
His rights were violated after he threw a grenade at a fucking Marine and killed him.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I need to get told the rest of the story. I haven't heard this story.
Listen. See, this is where this fucking kid is out of his mind, okay? He thinks he knows what he's talking about, but he doesn't.
Oh my god.
I think he might be a demon.
Okay, you want to know the fucking truth? The truth is that the American military
because LaSurge has the truth.
Okay, specifically describes the assailant, the person who threw the grenade, as a middle-aged man. Okay, does that sound like a 15-year-old boy to you?
All those Muslims can grow a beard by the time they're 12, so yeah. LaSurge, you're legit trying to justify why they give a fucking terrorist scum $10 million. I don't want to hear it.
Oh, really?
I don't have time for it.
Oh,
I don't have time for it.
Guy?
Yep.
The fact that okay, well, here you got
a live stream.
who understands the law and that it's the decision of the judge of the Supreme Court of Canada, but apparently Bob knows more. Bob is more fucking capable at determining constitutional law than the judge of the Supreme Court of Canada, according to Bob's fucking logic. Now, do you really think you're smarter than him? Do you really think you understand the fucking case?
I think I'm less of a social justice fucking warrior than him, that's for sure.
Well, I think it's pretty
Oh
obvious.
no! Oh no! You went to Guantanamo and they deprived you of sleep. Here's $10 million.
You're against justice. Hey, this is about constitutional rights, okay? By the Charter of Rights.
I don't really think that's
Canadian Constitution.
I think that's really good type of rights.
Is this guy liberal or something?
Well, we've got rights. Our rights is fucking
Connor, what do you think?
That's the foundation of our fucking society, guys.
Right. Yeah. So yeah. Let's just give terrorist murderers $10 million.
As a citizen.
No, it doesn't apply to murderer terrorists. It really doesn't.
Except for the fact that he is not shown to have thrown the grenade that did it at all. Okay, and his account of the situation is
he was pulled from the fucking firefight.
Dude, he got hit by a bomb. Okay, now as
he
for
got
whether or
shot.
not,
I can't even. Oh my god. Yo, if he got hit by a bomb, how the fuck is he still alive?
Well, anything's possible. I mean, people have got hit by a cannon before and still survive, so anything's possible.
Dude,
look at the start of Fallout New Vegas. It happens.
Oh my god.
You cannot expect to have a reasonable fucking talk with this kid. Okay,
you can have a very reasonable talk with me, but I'm sorry to say, as soon as you say he got hit with, as soon as you say he got hit with a bomb, when the official report says he got hit with a bullet in the rib, I have to start laughing at you. I have to just start laughing at you.
Dude, what are you talking about? The official reports, he was in a fucking building that got bombed. He got hit by a bomb.
No, he got hit with a bullet. He got hit with a bullet.
Wait, are you talking about a shell? Like a strong tank shell? Because, I mean, you both are saying this, like, kind of the thing, but you're kind of saying, like, a
No, this guy, like, I know what he's saying. Yeah, okay, listen, okay. The kid was inside a building when it got shelled, yes. But when they pulled him from the wreckage, he had a bullet wound in his rib. Yes, he was inside a building that got shelled. He wasn't hit with a bomb. Like, this is where I just laugh at research.
I don't know about this case, and I still need to learn. You need to give me the evidence so then I can look.
Oh, dude, he can link it. It's like, I've already read it. It's so obvious. The kid was a fucking Al-Qaeda and he threw a grenade.
He was taken by his father to Afghanistan when he was 9 years old.
Okay, hey, LeSurge, at 9 years old, if my dad started moving me to foreign fucking countries and told me to throw grenades at fucking soldiers, I would get the fuck away from my father. I would run like a motherfucker.
It does happen.
He won't let me speak. Listen,
Connor,
there's not.
This is the whole thing. This is the whole thing. I keep constantly getting.
Hey, I want to hear his point of the story. I just want to see both sides.
Okay. Go ahead.
No,
Serge, the floor is yours, brother. Take it. Start dancing.
I'm not taking the floor. I'm just wondering. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Okay, he's recognized as a child soldier. Okay, now as a child soldier, so you can't join the fucking military. You can't take part as an active combatant in a war when you're underage.
Shit, they're a paramilitary. Al-Qaeda isn't a fucking official military.
Just let him speak. I just want to hear this.
By the letter of the law, he is not responsible for his fucking decisions there. He's a child. He's not an adult. He's not age of consent.
Hey, that is pretty true.
He can't join a war by our laws, okay? And as a Canadian citizen, okay, he falls under our legal fucking framework. Okay, and furthermore, and international. There's not a single international legal body, okay, that would find in any other way than to recognize him as a child soldier. Okay, so sorry, okay, this is the law, dude. Now you're trying to argue like against what the law is.
No, dude, you're so retarded.
Man,
this is the one time I'm gonna call you retarded, LeSurge. I'm legit saying I have no sympathy.
Hey, hold on,
Mister. No, this is my response to LeSurge. You can go in 1 second. I have no fucking sympathy for terrorist fucks.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck if you call them a child. I don't give a fuck if you say that they're fuck. I don't give a fuck if you tell me that their fucking grandma told them to fucking throw the grenade and coerce them into it. They're still fucking guilty of it. Like, this is the fucking bleeding heart mentality. Oh, his dad took him over. Oh, his dad made him join Al-Qaeda. Doesn't fucking stop the end result of a Marine getting fucking hit with a grenade and killed.
Well, except for the fact that the official
Was it a U.S. Marine or a
It was a
Canadian Marine?
No, it was a United
was an
States
American.
Marine.
An
It was
American was
actually, it was
killed
two
by a
Marines.
grenade
One of the
thrown.
Marines,
Hold
one of
on.
the other
Okay.
I thought
Marines.
I was gonna speak. I'm just waiting to speak.
Okay,
They're
go ahead, Mister. Go
Americans,
ahead.
and
Go
that's
ahead.
okay.
But I mean, that is kind of true.
You know
But
what?
we,
You know what? That's a terrible mentality. You know what? I'll put it this way, man.
No, that's
well, hold
No,
on.
no, no.
I'm
I'll put it
still
this way.
speaking. I'm still on the floor. I'm still waiting
Okay,
respectfully.
that was Connor.
occasionally.
Okay, that was Connor chipping in.
But I gotta say that I don't really blame people for what they've done and forcefully, but they are still counted as a terrorist because they do throw stuff and they kind of support, but they're mostly they're kind of
listen.
just kind of like the Hitler Youth. Do you like really
Hold on,
think that they were supposedly just saying, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna voluntarily join"? They were kind of
dude.
you know
Dude.
Hitler's Youth is a
As
bad
to
example to
whether-
use because
listen,
a lot of
listen.
those kids joined willfully.
Fuck. Okay, guys, listen. Okay, the question as to
Not
whether
really.
or not
not really
he was even
because
through it was
parents
not
are
satisfied.
They
Okay, the
joined
report
willfully,
from
but
the
there was so
American
much
military
propaganda towards them.
describes it as a middle-aged
That's
man.
true.
who
That's
threw
true.
it.
That's true, Connor.
It wasn't even him.
Sorry, Lasurge. What'd you say? Sorry.
Well, like I say, okay, the official report by the American military says it was a middle-aged man who threw it. Okay, now that report got doctored after about 10 years. Okay, after the kid had been in fucking Gitmo for 10 years. Okay, they didn't have a case. They couldn't even demonstrate that he was the one who threw the grenade.
You know what?
Okay.
If I was
Well, you're
serving in the United States military and the fucking Al Qaeda or ISIS captured me, if I got to take a fucking, because you're the one that was so focused on it the other day, you were fucking practically repeating it as a form of torture. If I have to take a thumb up the bum like Steve Irwin in the fucking Crocodile, or if they want to fucking
Right.
repeatedly deprive me of sleep for 48 hours, which is
Your
the
ass.
only thing that happened to Qatar,
Yeah.
if they want to do any of those things to me, and I'm innocent, and I didn't fire one fucking bullet that killed one little, innocent Syrian child or woman, and they want to torture me for that, then you know what? They can fucking go ahead and do it because you know what? My boys on the other side, they're going to put bullets in the other motherfuckers' heads for every fucking amount that you tortured me.
Much good though, is it? With a big thumb up your ass.
Yeah, that's your
Some
favorite
people
form
are
of
into
torture.
thing is that
Yeah, that's Lysurge's favorite form of torture. That's what he goes for right away.
but
No, that's
another
what,
thing
you
is
know,
you
that's
can't.
what you were supposed to do, right? To extract.
No, that's not what I'm supposed. That's what you wanted me to do because you
Well,
have it
I'm
on your mind an abnormal amount of time.
You're the one
But-
who said that you wouldn't kill. You want to join the military, but you don't want to kill people. So it's like, well, what are you going to do, right?
Yeah, I don't want to kill people. I want to kill terrorist scum. I don't want to kill people.
So that's not a person.
So where's the gap for you in like putting that together?
In the fact that they're people.
No, terrorist scum are not people.
Oh, really?
That sounds very.
Well, I mean, they're
that's-
Muslims, so
they-
no,
they
they're
are
not people.
Dude, I'm not talking about Muslims. I'm talking about a terrorist of any fucking skin color, creed, or nationality.
But they are.
I wasn't
How
serious. That was
not
memeing
people
you.
then? Are they some
If
kind
you
of alien
if you're
then?
at the point in your life where you're political or any of your ideals, you feel you have to murder people to bring attention or validation to those
Hold on.
points,
Can I
then you're not a
explain
human.
something? Hold
You're
on.
not a
Hold
human. You lack basic reasoning and
Hold
comprehension.
on there.
Does
Whoa
that
there.
include
I
revolution?
gotta say something. There are people. There are terrorists that
Yes,
find
because
out
like
that they are
I
doing
said,
something very wrong. I'm not saying they're all bad. Well, they are bad, but I'm saying they have some.
Okay.
Some of them have a
Okay.
heart, and sometimes
Okay,
regret of doing what they do and say, "I'm gonna leave because this is not for me."
That's my point, Mister. That's my point. How many paramilitaries or rebel groups over the world have you ever seen win a conflict, get into power, and then govern peacefully?
I'm not saying like I'm not really saying
Isn't that how the United States was founded on their Revolutionary War?
Oh yeah, they are terrorists.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah,
You know
I
what?
forgot
You know
about
what?
that. America
You know
is
what?
terrorist.
You know what?
I'd say revolution
There you
is
go.
different.
That's your one
The
example.
Revolutionary
And
War.
wait. That's your
forgot
one
all about
example. And how often do people still complain about fucking America?
Yeah, America was born on terrorism because we did
Yeah.
have to kill the British troops and stuff and sabotage and do guerrilla
Were the
war.
British
So I
any
guess
better,
we-
though?
Oh, actually,
Yeah,
no.
Yeah,
You guys are
yeah,
no. You guys are wrong
America was
on
born
that.
on terrorism then.
No,
No, it was a civil war. It was a civil war.
No, it wasn't. It was a
wasn't Civil
revolution.
War. No,
Or
War is
sorry,
different from
it was a revolutionary war. But no.
Well,
The
it's
reason
either-
why I'm saying it's a civil war is because back then those guys weren't American; they were British too. Like, do you know what I'm saying? The founding
They were
fathers were British.
colonials, though.
Yeah, but
colony.
like you get what I'm saying in the sense that it was British. It was the British breaking away from the British that formed Americans. Like, so it's a civil war in that sense. Like, I was just trying to like say it in that sense.
terrorism. That's terrorism.
In a way, but I would
Technically.
say it's not exactly like that because they
that's-
were colonials.
That's
If
the
you're-
one example. That's
I
the
mean,
one
they weren't
example.
necessarily
And
British because they were kind of just born on like a colony. They were
yeah,
just,
yeah, and like I was just even going to say too, like the end point of that is how often. Okay, so these terrorists they created this thing, and how fucking often do people, especially even the people within America, complain about America? So obviously, at the end of the day, this whole we're gonna build a nation and everybody's gonna be fair and equal under it, which America, like when they created the whole Declaration of Independence and everything, like it is like supposed to be that like every person has equal opportunity
What you're asking
within the
about
country and
actually
rights.
happens all over the world all the time. Okay, coming up with other examples like Cuba, Castro.
No. See, that's the whole thing too. It's like, dude, Cuba's so fucked that like I don't even care if they had one moment of peace when they won their Revolutionary War. You cannot say that it sustained that. And that's what I was going to say. Like, even though America is an example of yes, okay, so a rebel group or a revolutionary war won independence and a new form of government and a new nation. Still to this day, people complain about America so much that you can't say that it
happens all over the place all the time.
But so that's what I'm saying is you can never take a paramilitary or a rebel group, put them into power, and have them govern and have it end out more peacefully than the people they opposed.
Dude, it
Isn't that how almost every government that exists today is?
Exactly.
I don't think you can judge something that happened in the 1700s based on things that happened in the 1900s or today.
Or like it's like what I was even saying to like Connor, it's like what I was saying earlier about me, you, and Mister were saying. It's like, why do we constantly look at these examples of the past, and why are like let's just look at for today.
Okay, it happens like all over the world all the time, and it has been doing so for centuries and centuries. Look at the French Revolution. Okay, bam, right there with Napoleon. Okay, bam, they took out the fucking monarchy and established the French state. Okay, there's another prime example.
Don't forget about Mr. Mussolini though, because he
I know, but here's the thing:
did sort of a revolution, but necessarily
these are all fucking things that happened so long ago, and we can learn from them. But like literally to implement them in our daily life, like you can't. You can't look at the French Revolution and be like, oh, blah blah blah. I'm gonna be able to use that and implement it today. Like no, because nothing's happening like that.
You always got to keep context in mind.
Listen, one of the sad things that happened in Iraq and the war in Iraq is that for the rest of history, Iraq was robbed of their ability to overthrow Saddam Hussein. Okay, because of the American invasion. Okay, that changed the course of their nation. Okay, Saddam was a dictator, and yeah, he was a pretty brutal dude. Okay, and he's gone, right? But that's a foreign power coming in, okay, and destroying the entire freaking country. Okay, to liberate these people, quote unquote, liberate. Okay, now forever, for the rest of their history as a nation, they are robbed of the pride and dignity of having overthrown him themselves. Right?
Okay.
But I mean, yeah, that is the thing, because if you look at dictators in there would probably be less death and more problems and conflict.
Yeah, because people learn how to live under the dictators.
Saddam even killed people.
Look what happened.
But if you look at today now, it's kind of a hell right over there. Even look at Libya, I mean.
Because we stabilized it. Okay, we fucking intervened. Okay, Canada wasn't directly involved in the Iraq War, thank God. Okay, but that's on America's list of transgressions and stuff.
Ooh, I found something. Ooh, I forgot about this thing.
What, your penis?
Massacre.
Oh, the My Lai massacre in Vietnam?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, buddy. I know, but
forgot
dude,
all
I
about
know
that.
Vietnam. If we start talking Vietnam, we talk Northern Ireland, Vietnam, Romania. I'm gonna fucking start throwing my weight around. But
But hey, the Americans did execute some innocent people there.
oh, dude,
Yeah.
they did not
The
just
Americans did a
some,
lot.
not just some. They deliberately fired on women and children.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
fuck.
they fired on
These-
innocent.
They doused the
Deliberately,
entire country in Agent Orange. They carpet bombed it.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
You know,
The
Agent
whole
Orange-
thing with my lie, is a lot of people they don't know that over.
chemical.
Oh, sorry. Okay, with my lie, they don't know that over half of the population within the town, they were civilians, and yes, they were Viet Cong sympathizers. Here's
But it
the
doesn't
thing.
mean you should kill them.
Yeah. You don't kill sympathizers. You detain
Oh,
them.
God.
You detain sympathizers, but you do not kill them.
Look at fucking Korea. Okay, South Korea. Now, what
I was
happened
just gonna say.
was the United States. Okay, you got this is the first proxy war of the Cold War, right? Korea should be one nation. Okay, and there's massacres, there's horrible crimes committed on both sides. Okay, and first and foremost, what we got to look at is our side and our culpability. Okay, where the Western world propped up Syngman Rhee in South Korea. Now this guy was a fucking autocrat. He was a dictator.
I gotta remind you of something. I gotta say North Korea might be bad, but they haven't had a single disease really land there.
Yeah.
Look at
They got attacked.
There's
They have a lot of
there hasn't been a
problems, but
single thing that's really
it's
happened in
working.
North Korea. And
I was
look
gonna
at
say
all
North
the
Korean
good
people aren't
things
tall
that
enough to get a disease. Can't spread throughout their little midget
let me tell
bodies.
you one big fact. Okay, about North
They're
Korea.
the same
and that
people
is
as the South Korean, ethnically speaking.
No. South Koreans.
United
It's been
States-
shown. Sorry,
United
Serge. I just want to get
States-
this point out quickly. It's been shown that South
Well, let's
Koreans
get this point out quickly.
they have
Okay,
grown
the
to be
United States
taller
dropped
and
more
healthier.
bombs on North Korea than they did all throughout
Probably
World War
because
II.
they've mated with so many whites and blacks and whatnot.
Well, and the sanctions not imposed on them, so they are getting food that is more like high in proteins and things that you need to grow.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like that's another thing too. The quality of life, like you can go to the grocery market and find much easier and healthier things in South Korea than you can in North Korea. Like you have to have money to eat healthy in North Korea.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, it
Yeah,
was
even
up
I'm not
until-
going to deny that.
Up until
yeah.
Wait, I
Listen,
have
listen,
sent some.
listen,
I have
guys.
sent them. I have sent some proof of all the
Guys.
stuff
Oh,
I
well,
collected.
check the Hangout link, you guys.
Hold on,
Check the
hold
chat.
Look, you're going too quick. Okay, now North Korea.
Sorry, I just want to go really fast.
Now, North Korea had the higher living standard until around 1980. Okay, I don't know
That's
if
true.
that or not. Yeah, that
Fucking
is
80s were awesome,
Yeah,
dude. I did so much blow in the 80s.
until around 1980. Now, okay, what I was saying is, what happened in South Korea. Okay, we propped up a dude named Syngman Rhee. Okay, now in the 90s, South
That's not an
Korea-
intimidating name, though. It sounds like Sigmund and Freud.
Well,
That's what I was thinking.
Like, come on.
It
How are
is
you going to be
besides the
scared of a
point,
guy? Okay, yeah, go ahead, Lissard. Sorry.
Sigmund Freud. Okay, now anyway, Syngman Rhee carried out a re-education campaign. Okay, and there was summary.
I'll be right back. I just got to go take a shit.
The estimates are up to 2 million people by the South Korean region. Wow, big act. Who's that going? Is it Bob? Yeah.
Mike next to the speaker.
Mute him. I'm gonna mute him. Okay, that's better.
Wait, you
Yeah, what a
control.
guy.
Wait, you control the Hangouts now?
No, anyone can do that. It's just we're not supposed to, but he's not supposed to. Like the guy just left his microphone next to the speaker.
Wait, how do you mute people?
How
wait.
inconsiderate is that? Like,
Wait, how do you mute people?
oh, just no. We shouldn't be doing it. Okay, the only reason I did it is because it's like a legitimate reason, right? You don't do it to fuck with people, or that's.
Yeah.
I know, but I'm just asking, how did you do that? Is that only art for computer or, PC or?
No, it's a Hangouts thing.
Weird.
And I gotta let him know too for when he gets back.
The Surge, stop fucking muting. What the fuck? Unmute him.
What do you mean? I can't unmute him. He can unmute himself, okay?
Oh,
And he left
finally,
his.
somebody came from
No
the
fucking
live stream.
muting. Stop fucking muting. I don't give a fuck what
listen,
he's doing. Stop fucking muting.
He left it with his echo, okay?
Jeez, why did
It was really
put
annoying.
his fucking microphone next to his speaker so that it's cycling
It's
through.
not-
He's echoing on us.
Well, I mean,
Okay, I only muted because he's
He's
doing
pretty much
something
being
extremely inconsiderate to the rest of the panel.
I just want to listen to the person talking. I want to hear a repeated thing coming from like another person's mic.
Yeah.
It's bothering everyone. You know,
I mean-
I'm acting
it's not dumb to
responsibly
mute somebody
here.
if you have. Well, I mean, if you have a good reason of. I mean,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you, gentlemen. You know,
Call
it's
me
not
Mr.
as though I'm
Bullshit.
picking on him.
Mr.
He's not
Bullshit.
even at the keyboard. You know, like what he did. He's the one who should be getting in crap.
Yeah. He's been using personal insults
can
a lot
somebody
as a
send me
fallback.
the live stream link? I want to watch the live stream.
And I was trying to say, initially, okay, why I left before, like I say, is I was trying to make one point, which was about that Omar Cotter guy, the Canadian dude who was, quote unquote terrorist. Okay, he was fighting in Afghanistan against like the American forces primarily, and the report actually identifies the person, the assailant who threw the grenade, as a middle-aged man. Okay, so the question as to whether or not this guy even threw the grenade that killed the American, it actually suggests otherwise by the American military's own account of the situation. So we can't say that he's acting in a combatant role even. There's no proof, and he didn't self-incriminate. Right? He says that he has no recollection of it. Right? So he's basically pleaded the fifth.
Wait, can I ask a question? It's not about the thing the topic you're talking about, but do you have any kind of political beliefs or ideology at all, or no?
Yeah. What's your position?
I'm a secular humanist. I'm a secular humanist and a socialist. I'm left wing. I'm like very left wing.
I don't know. I'm kind of thinking of making my own ideology, but I'm kind of following this guy named trying to think of his ideology. He kind of customized, made it.
My political beliefs and values align almost exactly with Albert Einstein.
He was a smart dude.
Yeah,
Well,
Einstein was a smart dude.
I've said that to my friends about, he agreed with socialism, and they said, well, he had autism and he wasn't actually smart.
Oh, come on.
Autism has nothing to do with being smart.
That they don't really think that he actually meant to love socialism because he was mentally ill and all this other bullcrap. I'm like, no. Yeah, he was mentally stupid and he loved socialism because he hated the Nazis.
Is that why he invented the theory of relativity? It's because he was dumb?
Yeah. Here we're talking about a man whose name is now considered to be a synonym of genius. Okay, he's not stupid.
Yeah, what a dumbass. He's obviously dumb.
No. My friend said that they just called him because they didn't really believe in him because he was mentally ill and all this other crap. And I'm like, no.
I think it's just an excuse, really.
Yeah, it's just an excuse, as I said. And they're like, no, he's stupid and he just loves socialism because he hated the Germans and shit.
Oh yeah, you know who else was a socialist? Martin Luther King Jr.
Oh yeah.
Don't let the right wingers.
Don't forget who was that?
Yeah, but he was black, so I can guarantee that's going to be someone's argument.
Hold on, I'm trying to think who it is. What's his name?
Yeah, Martin Luther King Jr. also a socialist. Good people are socialists.
No, not Gandhi. Who's the other guy? I can't think of him. He's from Africa. He agreed with Castro.
Oh, yeah.
What's his name?
Yeah, Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, he was a socialist as well.
Probably, yeah.
Oh wait, no, never mind. No, he wasn't a socialist. Never mind. Sorry.
It can easily be argued that Jesus was.
Yeah.
Definitely.
No. He wasn't socialist, but he was socialistic. I mean, he believed it. He taught socialism.
Socialism wasn't a thing back then, so you can't say he was a socialist. But if you look at what he said and his beliefs and what he told other people, that definitely has a lot of similarities with socialism.
He would be called socialistic. He wasn't a socialist, but he was socialistic.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Like
So pretty much
Robin
CZ
Hood.
is
Does he
pretty
sound
much
like a socialist?
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it comes down to the golden rule, okay? Like, regardless of what affiliation you are, right? Do not do to others as you would not have done to you, or being thy brother's keeper. Aligns with socialism.
Hold on, I gotta find this article about it.
Being a good person.
You're a smart person.
Well,
Surge.
thank you. I think I don't think you're a
You
sludge.
have a lot to say.
Hmm.
You have a lot to say, and you have a lot of good to say, but I notice you get cut off a lot, so you can't
here's
really
another thing.
make your
Jesus
point.
even said, if you will be perfect, go and sell that you have and give to the poor, and you shall have treasure in heaven, and come and follow me. From verse 21. Then there's another thing where he's like,
welfare. He was Obama.
What?
I was trying to be funny. Maybe I didn't do a good job.
No, you told me.
You stupid.
Sometimes jokes fly over heads.
Yeah.
And then he said, if it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of the needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God.
Great line right there.
Like I said, they're all fucking.
Send it to Trump.
So since everybody's a bleeding heart in this bitch, and fucking they can't take one opposing fucking view from theirs, we'll have to head her on out.
Yeah, you're pretty much outnumbered right now by like.
Yeah.
No, it's all good. I don't want to join the circle jerk. You girls have fun.
How about instead of insulting people, you actually
Oh,
listen
hey,
to other people's positions?
Connor. Before you even say anything,
This is what I'm talking about.
Before you even say anything about,
listen to other people.
Before you say anything about insulting people, look at your man to the right of you on the Google Hangouts, LaSurge. That's your homeboy. He's really smart. He gets cut off a lot. The very first time I think I ever interacted with him, the first words out of his mouth are, "Oh, so you're a Trump tard." I love it. It's like y'all people will say, "Oh, you call us names," but at the same time, you do the same thing.
No, I
That's
don't.
irrelevant. That's not what's happening right now.
No,
me calling someone a name, and you're saying, "Oh, hey man, you call people names." It's like, are you kidding me?
That's
the
not
guy
what I'm
to the
talking
very
about.
right of
You're
you.
cutting
The
people
guy
off.
to the
You're being
very
rude.
right of you constantly calls people retards. Constantly calls people retards. Constantly.
Oh my god, you called someone a retard. Oh my god.
Oh my god! And I called somebody something else back, and then you got so fucking in your feelings. But hey, man, we can't have a good conversation. No, it's called I'm fucking talking over you because I got fucking balls like a real fucking man.
Bob, you're not being honest.
called your
I thought that was
dick.
Romania's squeaky voice.
Yeah, hold on. I didn't call you a retard. First of all, what I said was...
The Surge, you've said that multiple times. Don't even try and get back out of it. You've said it so many times.
I didn't want to hang around for your retarded argument.
No, buddy, you called me retarded, flat out. Don't try and word it and jargon it away. Oh, I said what you said is retarded. I didn't call you retarded. Like, you're just, dude. You know what you are? You're the type of person who slings mud at other people and it's all good, but as soon as somebody throws mud back on you, it's like, holy fucking shit.
Okay, and yes, I did say Trump tard to you. Now, when I use a direct ad hominem pejorative, okay, who I'm acting like is people on the right.
Yo, this is the greatest thing ever. You literally were just saying, no, I don't call you anything. And then you go, oh, okay, well, yeah, when I called you a Trump tard.
There, you're being dishonest.
That matter.
I didn't call you anything. I said that I didn't call
because
you.
Because he's literally denied. Yo, stop for a second. I go, he called me a Trump tard and a retard. Well, I didn't call you those things. I don't say those things. Okay, well, listen. Yeah, maybe I called you a Trump tard.
Well, I did call you a Trump tard a long time ago.
Then why do you deny it? Like that's
he just said he
that's
did.
Your mentality.
That's not denying.
Oh my God, Connor, go back, watch this live stream. Okay, so I don't know what point we're at.
I don't care what anybody
from this point in the conversation. Go back about 5 minutes, and then he's calling me in.
Try to have constructive dialogue here, please, Bob.
Very constructive. Don't call me a retard. Because I'll tell you to shut up. Because it has no. Oh my God! Go watch any of Yesenia's live streams, and you just literally put your foot in your mouth.
retard, okay? And what we're talking about, you're trying to conflate things here, okay? But what I said earlier, which was I didn't want to hang around for your retarded argument. That's not calling you a retard, though. It's saying,
dude, I never said that you called me a retard there. Like, where? Now you're putting words into my mouth. You've called me a retard multiple times in other live streams. You've mocked religion. You've mocked religion multiple times. You've called me retarded for believing in God. But you think I'm focusing on what you just said about the argument being retarded? No, I'm saying in the broad spectrum, you sling so much
You're
fucking
such
mud.
a bleeding heart. Oh my god.
yes, my God.
Stop being a pussy, dude. Just take it.
Give him a tissue. Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna leave. I can't have an intelligent conversation with you people.
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, nobody's telling you to leave or go. Like, the worst thing is when you guys try and mock me and shit. You guys try and do this. Oh, we're actually triggered too, or whatever. It's like, wow.
You're making a fool of yourself.
I'm making a huge fool of myself. I think if most people listen back to this, I think if most people listen back to this, they're gonna side with me. And if they don't, I'm fine.
This is not a conversation. This is you talking.
Yo, what up, Kermit? No, this is me laughing at people that constantly call people names and then they get so
this is a
surprised when someone
meeting. This
makes
is
fun
a
of them.
private meeting at the.
I don't know why I joined.
They're talking about overthrowing the Tsar. Okay,
What the
see,
hell?
this is Vladimir Lenin. Okay, he's gonna make Russia great. Okay, hold on, we gotta go find
kill
Mr.
yourself.
Tsar.
Will you send the weapons to Romania?
No.
Putin owns the
So.
crap out of Trump.
So.
Putin owns the crap out of Trump. That's what just happened at the G.
So.
There's the
I don't know if
Tsar.
you saw that.
Mr. Kermit,
It was really funny.
Mr. Kermit,
Putin's
please
sitting.
sell me some of
sitting
those
beside
Russian-grade nuclear missiles.
Putin's sitting beside Trump, and he points out at the
Nuke
reporters.
the Middle East.
Trump says, "Are these ones?"
God damn it, mister. Change your fucking socks, man. They used to be white, now they're black.
Putin made a fucking ass out of Trump at the G20. Oh my god, this is brutal.
It was pretty funny.
The Surge probably has that saved right next to his Pornhub tabs. Pornhub tabs, and then Putin owns Trump.
Yeah, it's not how it goes, man.
Really?
That's a personal attack. That's not
Goddamn
an
right,
argument.
it's a personal attack. Fucking always goes after Trump. Trump's my dude.
Well, he's a compulsive liar.
This is not an intelligent conversation, though. This is just you attacking people, and this is you talking over people. We can't have a conversation if you're the only one who's talking. That's not how conversations work.
Did anybody interrupt you there, retard?
Uh-oh, here we go. Oh man.
Like,
Here we go with the personal attack.
like fuck it. That's actually
Man,
retarded.
you make me feel like I'm in middle school again. I feel like young.
He's trying to drag it up here, okay, which is a good thing. So,
This is a perfect scene right here.
Ooh,
have
ride
you
that
guys-
cowgirl.
yeah, have you
That's
seen
a
the video
pig.
of the Chihuahua humping the Trump doll? That's pretty funny too. He's giving it right to the Trump doll.
That's probably right next to his Putin and Trump fucking tab.
No, it's on E-Bomb. E-Bomb's World is pretty funny stuff.
You got those 3 tabs loaded up with the fucking tissues and the skin lotion.
Is that how it works?
Come on.
Is that how it works? Can you give me pointers? You seem to be a pro.
LeSurge, I am almost going to certainly guarantee that you touch yourself to anything of Trump getting owned or put in his place.
Yeah. Well, like I said, you seem to be a master at this, so you can give me a few pointers on how to raise my game.
What?
Nothing. Never mind.
Keep your eyes closed, you'll go blind.
I've been around a while. Okay.
Wear sunglasses. Pay that Filipino hooker more than $10.
It's
Cheap
my
bastard.
generation that invented trolling. Okay, my generation invented trolling.
Yeah. Because you guys were totally trolling people on your dial rotary phones back in the fucking 70s or
We did.
80s.
We did, yeah, we did. Right?
Hey,
That's,
is your refrigerator running? Yeah. Well,
Well,
you
you better-
better go catch it. Oh,
They
troll!
were still doing it. It's just different now than it was before.
it's-
Don't
how
even.
about-
Don't even. Don't even.
Is Mr. Wing there? Is Mr. Wong there? Oh, I guess I winged the wrong number.
Hey.
You don't know that one?
No, I don't believe in Asian stereotypical jokes.
Oh, that's just.
I don't believe
No,
in
no
racist.
one
I don't
laughed.
believe in
That
racist
must
humor.
hurt. No one
Yeah.
laughed. That must hurt you.
Yeah, that's a groaner, huge. Like that's really old school.
No one laughed.
What are we doing? I'm confused. Are we trying to have conversations or are we
I
just
think
like
we're changing the topic like 500 times or so. We're talking about
it's hard to keep
something
up.
different.
Oh,
I think
it all started when LeSurge brought up the whole fucking Kadar thing. Like he just wants to fucking talk about why we should give terrorists fucking money.
Dude, okay, he
You
was.
wouldn't let him talk because you kept talking over him.
Because I don't want to hear that shit, dude.
Well,
This
maybe
is
you should let him
why-
talk because you're talking
Yeah.
over him. I gotta agree.
No, don't even, because LeSurge,
This
and
is
as
why
much as
nobody
LeSurge
here
will say
agrees
that,
with you.
Bob, I'm
You were
just
getting
trying
all
to say that the official report identified the assailant as someone who is a middle-aged man. He doesn't even fit the description by the American report. Okay, that's why
Mister,
they
you
had no
can't,
case.
Mister, you can't imitate my voice as good as you wish you could.
No, I'm just doing something really funny because you were so triggered and I couldn't understand a word you were saying. So I just said some random crap out of my mouth because I don't really care.
If I'm triggered, holy fuck, what am I still doing here having a conversation and dialogue with people?
Why did you muted the person?
don't know.
No, I didn't mute myself. Fucking you guys all fucking muted.
I never muted you.
Well, maybe you didn't, but fucking, what's their name? The new fucking girlfriend and boyfriend combo of fucking Connor and LeSurge. They muted me.
Oh.
I think it's pretty clear we're both males.
Well, I'm
if
not
anything, we'd be gay.
muted by the stream owner, so I'm out.
I don't know.
Yeah, this is pretty retarded. I'm leaving too.
Yep. Time to go spread my fellow comrades' ideology.
Okay, well, fucking see you guys later. Fuck, see ya. Bye, 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 bye. Holy fuck, that was a good little one. You'd have been here the whole time, Yesenia? Oh, what up, Matt?
The original topic before LeSurge got on and pretty much ruined everything with all his BS was the issues with the federal government getting involved with our children's education.
And here's the funny thing with LeSurge.
Likes to get on. He likes to get on and he likes to inject all his bullshit, and he pretty much just ruins streams.
Here's the funny thing about LeSurge. I've told him multiple times in our live streams, like when me and him are discussing, if he brings up something that I don't even want to think about or lend a fucking thought to, I tell him right away, no, kill it. It's done. I don't even want to give it a thought. Kadar, you're goddamn right. I don't want to give it a thought. I don't even want to give it I don't even want to give it the thought that I don't want to give it a thought. Like, I just don't want it brought up at all. And he brings it up, and I'm like, fucking dead it, dude. And he's like, oh, you're fucking retarded. Or I can't remember verbatim exactly. Or he said something about you're being immature, you're being retarded, you're not letting me finish what I want to say. And it's like, I've told you multiple times, if you bring up something, I'm not going to lie. They were saying I was triggered. I don't care. That's one of the funniest words in the world. I was vehemently letting him know. It's like most of the times I'll just say, dead it, I'm done. Let's move on to something else. And he's like, okay. He tried bringing it up about 2 or 3 more times, and it was like, no, like, fuck it. I have no sympathy for fucking that terrorist goof. Fuck him. And then that's when it became like, oh, you're rude and you don't let people finish what they say. And that's when I started laughing. It's like, are you kidding me, dude? Like, this is coming from the guy that the very first time, I didn't even say a word to him. He just heard that I was a Trump supporter. He's like, you're a Trump tard. And then they're all like, oh, you're Mr. Social justice warrior. Don't call people, we got to defend people when they get called names. Why are you getting so triggered? I'm like, I'm not. I'm simply pointing about the hypocrisy of this guy mutes me when I call him a fucking pussy and a retard because he's not listening to the fact that I don't want to listen to Kadar. I don't even want to entertain that subject. And there was nothing within me that wanted it to continue. If he'd have brought it up to the other kids, like that Mr. or the other kid that was in the conversation, like, hey, do you guys want? He kept trying to bring the point up to me. No, listen. And it's like, dude, I don't want to fucking hear it. I don't want to fucking hear it. I'm just going to keep repeating. Every time you tell me to listen, that's only going to make me dig my heels in more and say, I don't want to fucking listen. I don't want to fucking listen. And
yeah, And that's a habit. That's a habit he has. He's trolling you, and part of what Lasurge does is you can present him with facts, and you can present him with actual facts and evidence, and he'll still turn around and say, "No, you're wrong." He's doing that. He's just trying to get a rise out of you.
Oh well, he's not doing a really good job at it because I mean they all left.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
You know what?
I was at the point where I was like, you know what, fuck it. Like I'm gonna name call them because literally, I'm not at the point where I'm done arguing with them. I'm gonna point out some of their hypocrisies. Like today, I went full blown. I was calling the Surge a pussy when he was pissed. Like when he brought up that Kadar thing, it pissed me off. That like it's like, dude, why are we talking about this fucking terrorist? It's funny they say triggered because I'm not triggered. I'm pissed. I'm legit pissed. Why we're talking about why my taxpayer dollar and his taxpayer dollars went to go pay some terrorist fucking.
But they don't understand. See, they don't understand that. Like especially these kids that were on here a few minutes ago. They don't have careers. They don't support a household. They don't work a job.
Oh no,
they don't know what it's like.
I should have asked some of those kids. I should have said, hey, are you getting up and going to work tomorrow for the next 6 days like I am? Like, do any of you do that?
7 days for me. So the next 7 days I'll be at work. Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny. It's like I woke up this morning getting ready to go to work. The only reason I'd be at work right now. I wouldn't be on a fucking live stream. It's like this is these kids fail to realize. I go to work, I pay my fucking bills, and I go, hey, you know what? I'm probably gonna join the military. That's like really like how politically centered I am. And I don't fucking care to make excuses for why people become terrorists. I don't care if it's their dad. I don't care if the whole fucking world forces you to be a terrorist. You become a terrorist, you become a fucking terrorist.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, and that's him with it. Like, it's funny. Like at the end, they were trying to they're trying to flip it back on me and trying to troll me with the whole bleeding heart thing. And they're like, oh, blah blah, you're a bleeding heart because you're getting triggered over us saying something about you. I'm like, what? Like, like you guys are bleeding hearts and legit making reasons for why we should give terrorists 10.5 million. Listen. If his rights were violated or anything like that, yeah, sure, give him some fucking money. I've seen cases where guys go to jail, like down in the States, for like 30, 40 fucking years, and they get like $2 million when they get out, and it's like prove that they were wrongfully convicted. They don't get 10 fucking. This kid's been in jail, I think, about 10 years. 10 years, and it's basically, oh hey, you threw a grenade that killed a Marine and horrifically wounded another one for the rest of his life. Here's $1 million for each year you spent in Guantanamo.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And like that's what I find so funny is like people like legit like the surge in them. They don't think that like prison officers beat and like routinely like I'm not gonna say torture, but they don't think like gang beatings and like that shit doesn't happen in regular prisons. And these guys get out, and you know what? Most of them say, the ones that realize I don't ever want to come back to jail. Most of them aren't like, oh fuck. Most of them just want to go home, get a fucking job, and never go back to jail. They don't sue the government. They don't like, you know what I mean? Like they just get on with their fucking life. They go, oh fuck, maybe I shouldn't have went to prison where there's these fucked up guards that are violent enough to fucking beat us in mass groups. Maybe instead of blaming them for beating me, maybe I should blame myself for the fucking environment that I suscepted myself to and became a part of, which led me to get to this point. It's never that.
Yeah, the kind of like with Surge and these leftists, they're the type of people that try to justify terrorism and all this other stuff. And I've had friends like this. I've had friends like this where they'll sit there and say that that invading Iraq that's what created Islamic terrorism and all this other stuff. And I'm sitting here like, dude, Islam's been around for 1,600 years. Have you ever heard of jihad in the Ottoman Empire? This shit started 1,600 years ago.
1,600 years ago. I know. It's like the same thing with the whole Crusades thing. Like when you say, oh, Muslim terrorists or just Islamic terrorists. Oh, what about the Crusades? It's like, that's the main fucking point. Crusades. See the S at the end, which means it's not a singular or like it was Crusades because the crusade was the crusade of the Islamic world against Christianity, and the Crusades was the response.
It was the response. That's exactly what it was. The Catholic Church's response to the Islamic invasion of the Middle East,
which was the very first crusade. Like that's what people often forget. They go, the Crusades. It goes, what was before the Crusades? The crusade.
Exactly.
And that was Islam. And it's like, yeah, it's like this bleeding heart mentality. Yeah. Like, dude, you're absolutely right. Like if they don't think fucking hate against Christianity and and that whole basis hasn't been around for fucking thousands of years, then it's like I here's the funny thing. Even when I was calling LaSurge a retard, like I kind of felt like I was like, fuck, you know, like I am doing this just to fucking troll him. Like especially earlier when I was just like, you're a pussy, you're a pussy, you're a pussy. He was getting mad. He's like, oh, in real life I'd fucking knock you out. And I'm like, and I was even saying to him, like, I was like, oh, maybe you would, but you're a pussy, you're a pussy. Like I was really doing it just to trigger. But it's like there are points when like they say stuff that's like true, but like when they get into that whole thing of like mentality of like, oh, you know, his dad brought him over there and he was only 15. Like, dude, I if I was 15 years old and my dad told me to throw a fucking grenade at a soldier, I would look at my dad and be like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, you're crazy, Dad.
Yeah, like to an extent, our parents and like our religious like kind of especially kids that are into like church and stuff, and like our religious leaders, our pastors and our parents and certain like coaches and stuff in sports we play, like they're role models. We do take a lot of what they say and we don't fact check it. We just kind of take it as the truth because we trust them. Like they're those people in our lives. Like, but I'm not gonna fucking take their word on it. They tell me to go commit violence or murder against people. Like that's where I go, whoa, 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 whoa. That's where I start making decisions on my own of how I'm gonna act. You can never coerce me through information or through emotion to go shoot someone. You really can't.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that just shows that Kadar is that weak, and he could be.
Well, hell, when I was 15 years old, I mean, my parents couldn't even get me to come home on time or do my homework. You know what I mean? And it's like,
Yeah, I know.
you can't even get me to do my damn homework. You know, I mean, I knew exactly what I was doing at the age of 15 years old.
Exactly. You knew that you should be doing your homework, but you just didn't want to fucking do it. Pretty much as I'm sure the same thing where it's like, Omar Kadar was probably like, I shouldn't be shooting at fucking soldiers, but you know what? I want to do it.
Exactly. You do what you want. At that age, you know what the hell you're doing.
Exactly, man. Like, come on, man. And the whole thing about, if he really never wanted to be a fucking terrorist or whatever the fuck this whole thing was, and he's Canadian, what the fuck was stopping him? Because everybody goes, oh, it was such a confusion for him to be moved from first world Canada to third world Afghanistan, and to see the disparity between where he was living in Canada and to see the results of what was happening to his people in Afghanistan. It's like, okay, so this kid had enough of a brain that apparently he got coerced by his father and never really wanted to really fight for Al-Qaeda. Why didn't, when he was back in Canada, go seek out a human rights lawyer and say, hey, my fucking dad's trying to make me join a terrorist organization? No, he seemed to fucking keep his mouth pretty mum and shut about that. Didn't fucking go to anybody and say, hey, old daddy's, didn't go to the RCMP and say, hey, old daddy, and whenever he takes me over to Afghanistan's fucking sending me to Al-Qaeda training camps and fucking video information fucking seminars. Like, no, the kid kept his mouth shut and fucking threw the grenade.
Yeah, I think one of the funniest statements that I heard, though, in this last conversation was the kid with the North Korea flag who loved North Korea and socialism in North Korea talking about he can't have an intelligent conversation on this stream. Dude, you're fucking 16-year-old with a North Korean flag, and you're talking about how great socialism in North Korea is. And then this other kid's talking about, well, that's not real socialism. The fuck it's not.
The best part too was like he was like, oh, I can't have an intelligent conversation. And I knew he was waiting for me to cut him off. So he'd be like, I can't have an intelligent conversation because whenever time I try and talk, somebody will just be rude and interrupt me.
He's trying to bait you.
And as soon as he finished, I go, well, did I interrupt you there, you fucking retard?
It's just there's this kid with a North Korean flag. The last dude that came back from North Korea came back in a coma and he died because they beat his fucking head in.
Really? I know, they gave him a fucking lobotomy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. They gave him a lobotomy. Yeah. So
Connor. Hey, yeah. Yo, Connor, dude. If you didn't know, North Korea's giving out free lobotomies. If you want to go get one, brother.
I'm sitting here like, dude, this isn't the first time. Hey, a few years back, there was this dude. I grew up in Bakersfield, California, right here in Central California. A few years back, there was a dude from Bakersfield who loved North Korea, and he went over there because he thought it'd be all great, and they threw his ass in prison the whole time he was there. He's lucky. He's lucky he came back alive.
Lucky he came back. Yep.
You know,
and with like his
and then
brain functioning.
I see this kid coming on here on my live stream with this North Korean flag talking about how great North Korean socialism is. And I'm sitting here like, and he's complaining about how he can't have an intelligent conversation. Dude, really?
Dude, it's like all these kids too. I always tell them, go to fucking North Korea and try and start having a nice, intelligent political conversation.
Yeah, they'll throw your ass in prison.
Yeah, they'll throw your ass in prison. Or, like they were saying earlier, it was him and another kid were like, oh, socialism and universal health care, in Cuba, it's worked great. It's like, yeah, maybe for the 10 seconds after the revolution, but after that, ask anybody in the last 50 years how good universal health care in Cuba is. They'll fucking laugh at you. And they're like,
they don't even have food in the damn grocery stores in Cuba.
I know. Yeah, I know these kids are like, oh, socialism works and shit. It's like, oh, okay, great. Yeah.
Now, see what they're missing. The point that they're missing is that without capitalism propping socialism up, socialism collapses in on itself. It's
because greedy people come in and they fucking pimp it out like it's a fucking racket. Like it's literally a criminal fucking racket. It's no different than collecting taxes is no different than extortion unless the government's there to regulate it.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. It's legalized extortion. And without capitalism, and they'll sit on here and talk about how they're anti-counter on their computers or their smartphones or whatever, talking about how they're anti-capitalist. I mean, come on, really? You live in the West. All you know is capitalism. You know this little pseudo socialism that's kind of crept into our society. But the only reason that it even so-called works is because our capitalism is propping up your socialist welfare state. Without our capitalism propping up your socialist welfare state, it collapses in on itself, and it's only a matter of time before you're cannibalizing each other. Period.
I know, and I like some of these guys, like they're like, oh, I can't have a conversation with you. It's like, oh, what? Because after the couple, like I'd say 20 or 30 times you've called me a retard in response to points that I feel strongly, like I feel very confident bringing up. It's like, oh, okay, someone thinks I'm retarded. That's not the nicest thing to say to someone about their view. You could say I disagree or I don't share the same view or opinion of you of what you're presenting, but that's your opinion and you have the right to have it. Instead, calling someone a retard every time they bring those things up and for when they call you a retard, like to say that you can't have a conversation with them. It's like, what do you think I've been trying to do with you this whole time? I've been trying to have a conversation. You don't fucking make it easy. You constantly sling mud. But what do? I sit and I fucking tough it out.
Yeah, well, they like to dish it out, but they don't like to take it. And they resort to name calling. When they start resorting to name calling like that, it's because they don't really have an argument to back up what they're saying. So they just resort to name calling.
Like, I'll admit, I name called today. It's like if somebody wants to call me immature, here's the biggest difference. If somebody
that's after you were called a retard. That's after you were called a retard. Unprovoked. You were just called a retard.
But in the sense, if somebody came to me and said your response, like in today's live stream, was immature, I'd agree with them. I would actually love to hear because that's the thing. I said, Lasurge, you called me a retard. Oh, I didn't call you a retard. I said what you said is retard. It's like, dude, now you're trying to justify, and it's like, dude, you called me a fucking retard. Just own up to it. And it's like, and I'm not even.
That's like, what he's doing is it's semantics, dude. He's implying that you're a retard. But he's not flat out saying it. He's just implying it so that he can step back and say, "Well, I didn't say that."
Or when there's two other people like-minded like him, so he can seem like he's his hands aren't dirty. It's like, dude, I don't mind saying my hands are dirty when they're dirty, but often my hands are pretty fucking clean, especially in just dialogue, whether it's political or civil. I fucking do a really good job. If you go, like I said, and then the one kid, he's like, oh, you're just a name caller and stuff. I go, dude, listen back to all of our live streams and you'll see that no, I don't want to. It's like, oh, so I'm giving you, like, you are legit telling me right here I'm a name caller. Okay, I'm owning up to that. But no, and in general, I am not a name caller. In this instance right now, I am. Go back and look at him and no, I don't want to. It's like, that's the funniest thing. It's like, so you're going to live in the moment and know me as a name caller, but you're not even going to like actually verify that I am going to just dig my heels in and say, you know what, fuck it. I'm not letting them call me a retard or say that I don't have a valid opinion. I'm just going to fire back and sling some mud at them because right now my opinion it feels stymied. It is my individual opinion. I'm trying to not have it be accepted, but just present it to these other people, and they're firing back. Fuck it, I'm firing back, and I'm gonna do a hell of a lot fucking better. Like, I guarantee you take most fucking people, give them a bag of weed, and tell them to fucking listen to this live stream after you guys upload it. Like, say, who do you think's fucking funnier, and who sounds less true? Here's the number one thing that sucks for me is, like, sometimes when they cut me off or they keep going, I do have a bad habit of I'll just go, no, listen. And they call that triggered. I'm like, okay, if that's fucking triggered, I'll be triggered all fucking day then, because I'm just simply I'm trying to start like saying something, and then I'll half stop because they'll say something, but then they won't finish, so I'll start again, and then like I'll literally say a word, the starting of a word, like 3 or 4 times. I'll be like, listen, because like I'll go to say lit, and then it's like they start saying, but then it's like, and then they call that being triggered. I'm like, okay, how is kind of stammering a word and then finally getting the word out because you don't know if you're gonna have place to say it? That's being triggered? Okay, then I'm fucking triggered all fucking day then. Because to me, being triggered is when you turn your fucking mic off.
Yeah.
Or when you leave the conversation because you've reached a point where you think that you can't this person's only spewing garbage. It's like, you know what? Admittedly, at certain points, like when I was doing the whole you're a pussy when he was bringing up the Kadar thing, I didn't want to, like, and LeSurge many times when I say I don't even want to talk about this, I'm not going to give it any thought. LeSurge has respected that and moved on to other subjects. Today he was just trying to pin that Kadar thing again and again and get me to listen to it. That's when I got very rude. So like, yeah, if people came into the conversation today and said, oh, like, you know, you were a little bit combative and you weren't at these points trying to have a constructive dialogue, I'd go, I absolutely agree with you. But look at all these other points. I was sitting, I was listening, and I was just adding my views or my points, and I was not trying to be combative or to troll in those situations or those time frames. Like, I would confidently give a group of 100 people a bag of weed and say, who entertained you more and who sounds like they're less emotional and they're arguing more from like fact base. Now I admit in the Kadar thing that was an emotion. That was like, hey, no, don't bring it up. I don't sympathize with terrorists. I don't care about facts about terrorists. There's no fact that can make a terrorist not a terrorist.
Yeah, and then also at the same time to understand where you're coming from, you know, that was 10 million of your tax dollars that went to go pay off this terrorist that was over there killing Marines. I mean, you should get pissed off about that. If you don't get pissed off about that, there's something wrong with you.
Oh no, LeSurge is like, no, it's justified, blah blah blah, all that good shit.
He thinks everything is justified. He thinks 9/11 is justified. He thinks everything is. I wonder if he thinks the slaughtering and raping and beheading of Christians and little kids over the Middle East is all justified too.
Oh yeah, and in South Africa and all that.
Yeah, well, he's the kind of guy that will tell you that he doesn't believe in freedom of speech and you should be imprisoned for saying things that would be deemed wrong by the government. He's straight up like. Yeah, no, and he'll sit there. He'll sit there and say it's like what one of these people was saying earlier. I can't remember who was saying it. Somebody was talking about how under I can't remember if it was Russia or maybe it was under Vladimir Putin or somebody. He said like 80% of the people liked the way that they were ruling. It's like, well, yeah, if you go and speak out against him, he'll throw your ass in prison. Of course, 80% of the people are going to agree.
Fucking people like I know, right? And like the other points that they would bring up too is like, it's like, here's the thing. I condemn all killings of innocent women, men, and children that are Muslim in the realm of what is happening over there in the Middle East, the fight against like of Islamic terrorism. I condemn any innocent deaths that happen to any Muslim woman, man, or child. I do find it disheartening because I do find a lot within like whites and black communities, and I do see it in Latino communities sometimes where they say fuck them. It's like, no, it's like, you know what? Yes, we can't stop and focus on every innocent life lost, but we still shouldn't say that it's okay. We should condemn it.
Yeah,
yes, I know the overall point of yes, there is innocent lives lost in armed conflicts or war, and that is a result of taking out the actual enemy or the actual opposing force that wants to cause harm to their own people and to our people. But often what I see from that side is they won't condemn what you're saying. Like they don't condemn what's happening. Like that's what I find a lot online, especially. Oh, Christians are being killed astronomically and Muslims in the Middle East. Why is nobody condemning that? Oh, the Crusades. Wait, literally, that's your response? Instead of condemning Christians and Muslims being killed by Islamic terrorists in the Middle East as well, your whole response is, well, the Christians had the Crusades. It's like, what the fuck? Like, how are we over here on, like, how is someone like me, how am I condemning any innocent Muslim dying, but you won't condemn any innocent Christians dying? Like, where's the fucking transparency in that? Like, it's a disgusting mentality of the left.
Yeah, no,
Like
it is. It's justifying everything. It's no different than people that I've had conversations with on here about Mao, right? Mao's China. And I'll sit here and I'll tell them he murdered 40 million people in his country during his rule. And then they'll try to come back and argue and justify what he did. They'll come back and say, well, it was a famine that killed majority of those people, a famine that he created.
Yeah, it was government sanctioned. Oh my God.
But a famine he created by seizing the farmland, kicking the farmers off of their land and forcing them to work in the factories. That's why 20 out of the 40 million of those people starved to death. The other 20 million were imprisoned and beaten to death. But they'll sit there and they'll try to justify it. They'll try to justify it. And
20 million of that wasn't because a bullet was fired. It's like it's still through direct policies that he put in place.
Direct policies he put exactly. And I've actually sat here and had this conversation with people, and then they'll turn around and say, well, the majority of the Chinese people like the way Mao ran things in China. Well, yeah, when you come from a society that has been taught that government is God, and if you speak out against government and everybody knows that there's going to be a punishment for it, what do you think the consensus is going to be? Everyone's going to say he did a great job.
It's the same thing as almost in Japan. Like the emperor was considered God.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're talking only about 50 to 60 years ago.
Yep.
These people considered their ruling governments, the heads of their ruling governments, God. It's like, and we're trying to like talk about how, yeah, these people, you really think that fucker was smart enough to fucking like, oh my God, people are just, you really think that guy was smart enough that he could fucking kill off 40 fucking million people and it would benefit the lives of everybody else? No, all those 40 million deaths were in vain. None of them produced anything. None of them made China better.
Nope. It sure didn't.
It just made it more of a fucking
made it more of a hellhole back then.
And here's the thing too, it's like I want to start focusing on North America because the fucking rest of the world's fucked. Like I'm tired of trying to, and like me and you have talked about it, and I was bringing it up to some of the younger guys earlier before the surge came, and like we were just kind of having like more of a bring up points, and like it wasn't like even a debate at that point. That's when he tried to bring up the Kadar thing, and like that's when it turned into a fucking debate. But it's like, why do we fucking focus on so much of the fucking world? Like in North America, I feel like we need more leaders and people involved in politics that are my age.
Yeah, young,
from their 20s and their 30s, and it's like, and they're focused on what's really going on in North America. Yes, every country does play an international role on the world stage, but let's focus on our fucking problems at home before we start focusing on the fucking ISIS in fucking Afghanistan.
Like, yeah, no, I hear you.
Or okay, let's put 25% of our focus to the world shit and 75% of our focus to us instead of 50-50. Like we're our own country's government. We need to be more focused on us, not the world.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, and that's, goes back to Trump, America first. And they hate it. They hate that, dude. And the thing is a lot of these foreigners think that I give a flying shit about what they think about my president. I don't care.
Well, they really think. That's what I think they don't realize. A lot of the world thinks. Like, that was the other fucking thing, too. I, said earlier in the thing. The kids were like, oh, why are you talking over me? It's like, you know what? Because most of the time, when I talk over people, I'm gonna get my fucking point out because I got balls, motherfucker. And the kid's like, oh yeah, you got balls. I'm like, well, I just fucking talked over you and you just asked me why I did it. So who's got the fucking balls and who's got the vagina in that situation? Like, come on, dude. Like, seriously. And then LaSurge too, like, oh, I'd slap you so hard upside the fucking head you get knocked out. It's like, wow, LaSurge, you're a retard. So you threaten somebody on a live stream because they called you a pussy. Like, wow, yeah, you're a real intellectual mind. You showed your fucking your intellect there.
Yeah, Lasurge is like 5'9", like 160 pounds. He ain't gonna be slapping nobody and knocking them out.
Dude, you better hope he slaps me very fucking quick and he knows a lot more. But here's the thing, he may be on East Coast Ontario, but my whole family immigrated to East Coast Ontario and everything. And it's like, here's the whole fucking thing. I don't need to meet LaSurge in a fucking alley or anything or bring my fucking family. If LaSurge really actually had a fucking problem with me, LaSurge can fucking easily contact me. We can contact any local fucking boxing club. You can rent the fucking ring for an hour and we can fucking put gloves on and we can put fucking headgear on. And I don't care if there's a fucking 20-year difference or a height difference. If you really want to slap me upside the fucking head and knock me out, show me how you're going to do it. Show me. Show me. Because you can tell me you're going to do it over the internet. You can fucking threaten me. But it's a whole lot different fucking doing something to somebody that you said you're going to fucking do. The whole fucking lot different. So.
Yeah. One of the guys on the Hangouts already. I'm not gonna say any names, but he already tried to meet up with LaSurge.
Well, that's the thing too. It's like I don't agree with that. As much as I disagree with LaSurge and everything, I could give two fucks about LaSurge. Like I don't like if he wants to slap me upside the head, my whole fucking viewpoint of LaSurge is literally like after I get off the thing with you, I'm hopping in the shower. Like my little brother's taking me for fucking sushi, or like I'm going to pick up weed. Like my day goes on and it gets along quite well without fucking any thought of him. So that was kind of funny too earlier. It's like I know I was being like rude and trolling and I was like pussy, but he got I don't even like to use that word triggered, but I got him to the point where he felt like even trolling back wasn't the answer and he just needed to, put out the possibility of me being knocked out. It's like, okay. Like, I love when people think threatening you is going to make you, like, fucking, like, shut up even more. Like, that's probably the worst thing to do. Here's the difference. If you're right in front of me and you got a fist and you're swinging it towards me, you're a lot more apt to shut my fucking mouth. But if I'm on a fucking phone thousands of miles away, what is threatening me going to do? Like, even if you could knock me out, what is that going to do in the moment?
Nothing.
It does nothing. It just shows that even though people call me a retard and that I get triggered or all these things, it seems to happen to the people saying or the people pointing the finger at me saying that it's happening to me. I feel like maybe they need to, take that finger and point it somewhere else.
Well, part of the deal is that the left, they really believe that they have a moral high ground over us conservatives.
Oh yeah, exactly.
And so us speaking back, oh man, to them we just need to shut up and stay in our place. They can't handle alpha males on the right because they believe, even though they're a bunch of betas, they still believe that they have some kind of moral high ground over us.
They're like the alphas, and that everything they say makes them so much more superior intellectually. Here's the one thing that I don't care what anybody ever says. I'd rather be strong as fuck and dumb as a fucking sack of bricks than smart as a fucking book and weak as a fucking, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'd rather be so fucking retarded, but I could beat the shit out of you rather than fucking like be able to intellectually like convince you. Like I'd rather show up and someone owes me $10. I don't need to talk them into it. I'd rather just beat them into it. like honestly, like that's their whole mentality. Like I think these guys think they can go through lives and they can change everybody's fucking minds with words. And it's like, that's a noble thought, but dude, you're gonna find out very quick. Especially when you get punched really fucking hard upside the fucking head and you have a hemoglobin, that some people don't want to listen to what you have to say. So that's what I find funny too, when they say things like I speak over them or I get triggered. It's like, wait till you meet people that really want to speak over you or really get triggered. Because it's not me. It's really not me, believe me. Like as much as my stammering may sound very animated, and I admit that, it's not from a place of being triggered or emotionally. It's just from literally trying to get a point out, and it sounds more vocalized than I would like, but I mean, okay.
Yeah, and one of the things about Lasurge too, what he likes to do is he likes to brag about his IQ of 127, right? And I told, and that's great. And I told him one time that I had had my IQ tested a couple of times, one at a trade school and once at a college, and I ranged anywhere between, I jumped around anywhere between 120 and 130. So I was up there around the same range as him. But the difference between me and Lasurge is that I focused in life. I focused my energy on something other than trying to be some kind of an intellectual.
Yeah,
You know,
and when you bring up good points and stuff, like dude, like legit, that's the first time I've ever heard you mention your IQ. Like I can legit say in the 5 or 6 live streams I've been on with Lasurge, he has brought up his IQ. I'm going to say pretty confidently at least half a dozen times.
Yeah, and that's just typical for him. And I like I said, I scored around the same range as him, but I've focused my energy because I actually have a family and I have kids to feed. I've focused my energy differently than him. And the thing is with people like them, especially these leftists, they think that they could talk us into seeing their point of view. But people like me and you, we're dealing with real life experience, man. That's why we see things the way we do.
Like here's the thing too, like Lasurge thinks it's funny that like when I say I want to join the military, he thinks it's funny that I think I'm protecting my family and friends. Like he actually he would laugh about it. It's like, okay, dude, well I legit feel bad for your friends and family. Like what would you do to defend them? Like in that sense, like would you really sacrifice what we all value the most, which is life? Would you sacrifice that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna very confidently answer that he would say no. I would. That's the difference, because here's the thing is I don't need to fucking go on in my whole fucking life gaining more knowledge to fucking keep my family safe or to keep my community safe. I can fucking go do something right now that can keep them fucking safe. And it'll keep them a hell of a lot fucking safer than brainstorming in these little community think tanks of, different ethnic minority groups speaking with a majority group, and everybody pulls their ideas for how we can be safer and instruct the next generation. Well, the fucking generation right now that we fucking got, they're blowing fucking people up.
Yeah, exactly. There was one college professor a few years back. I got to go back and I got to look this up again, but it just off the top of my head, they were talking about, what would you do if, say, Cuba built their military up to the point to where they could invade like Florida or something? What should we do to combat that? And this liberal professor, this smart guy said that, we should put down our guns and we should offer them bowls of soup. So they'll see that we're human, and when we do that, they'll put their guns down. And this is the kind of shit that these people believe, man. And I'm sitting here, I'm listening to this, I'm like, no. What he's gonna do is he's gonna take his M16 or his AK-47, he's gonna point it right at your head, and he's gonna blow your brains out of your head. That's what's gonna happen. But these people don't even live in reality, dude. And like people like me and you, because of how we are, just how we're wired, and just how we live, we view everything based off of our experiences. With them, everything's a theory. Everything's theory. Well, in theory,
fact, yeah.
in theory, socialism should work great. Yeah, on paper and in theory, socialism should work great. But the problem is, every time a government adopts socialism as their platform, they use it to oppress the people because it's a place of power. And it's used for oppression. It's not used in the way that it was written about in the books. Because it takes.
I know that was another huge thing earlier, dude. That was the whole thing about revolutions and guerrilla armies and stuff like that. Being, wanting good and peace. It's like, I don't care, because no matter how those fucking people get into power, they turn into fucking dictators and warlords themselves.
Exactly.
Like show me one good example where it worked out. And Lasurge actually got me on this. I'll give him that. He goes, the United States, and I go, okay, that's true. But then how many people at the same time complain about the United States?
Yeah, and in the United States is not true socialism either. The United States, see.
Oh, no. Like I was saying, like when has a terrorist organization ever fucking fought for a country or for independence, won their independence, and the country's been like, pretty peaceful and hasn't been like blah blah blah, like, because that's the thing, like, once these rebels get in these countries, it's like, oh hey, we run the government, we run the economy, fuck it, let's start fucking over the people like the government before was fucking us over. Because
Yeah,
now we're the ones who benefit from us. We're not the fucking people in the streets or in the houses or in the factories or the restaurants, like, working and fucking living.
So he's implying. Okay, I followed. So what he's implying is that the farmers here that picked up arms against the British, he's saying that those farmers are terrorists.
Yeah, and you know what? I kind of laughed at it because I was like, no, dude, that's more like a fucking civil war. That's like,
that's bullshit. Because who were the aggressors? Was it the farmers or was it the fucking British? The British were the aggressors.
That's actually very true. Yo, that's actually very true because they wanted to split away, and when they made that announcement to the British, that's when the British started fucking killing and cracking down on them.
The aggressors. The British were the terrorists.
Shit, bro. You know what? Like, oh, here's the thing. I took his fact and I said, hey, you know what? That could be. And I'm not even gonna lie. I did want to do a little bit more background like checking, because I was like, as far as I knew, I don't think there was like any. Here's the actual thing: is terrorism now, to this day, the definition of what it meant back in the 1800s, I'm sure it was much different. Here's the thing: they weren't blowing people up. Terrorism back in that day was like it wasn't done how it wasn't carried out the same way. It's not bombs. It's not mass. Like, terrorism back in those days was like you wanted to capture the colonialists that were putting these laws or wanting to build their own nation into place. You didn't want to blow up all the fucking people living in the colonies. Like. You know what I'm saying? Like, terrorism wasn't this. It wasn't carried out the same way. It was like get the George Washingtons and shit and capture them. That was like what the terrorism was. It was like capture them, but it wasn't like going around and blowing up everybody that was living in the colonies of like New England and shit just because they didn't fucking want to be a part of Britain anymore. Like, that never happened.
I guess kind of what I would have told him if he would have came at me like that, saying that those farmers that picked up arms against the British were terrorists. Well, because he's comparing them to terrorists. What I would say to him is, okay, you got a group of people that are fleeing tyranny in Europe, and they come over here to set up a new land, okay, free from the tyranny of Europe, and they tell Europe, we're not going to be under your tyranny anymore. And then Europe says, oh, yes, you are. And they send the troops in. They send the troops in to basically put that boot of big government back over their neck to basically reshackle them to the tyranny. They
crawled out from under it.
Who's acting like the terrorists? The people that want freedom, or the people saying, no, you will remain under the tyranny of this crown?
Damn, he's got
the whole thing backwards, dude. He's trying to worship the crown. No. We didn't want that tyranny anymore. That's why our ancestors came over here in the first place.
And like you said, I would very much want to go back and actually read, because I know that the Revolutionary War didn't start with like the whole Boston Tea Party incident, like the shooting that happened there. Like, that's when the real kickoff of the Revolutionary War started.
The whole Boston Tea Party was taxation without representation. It was the crown, again, from the other side of the ocean, taxing the people, taxation without representation, right?
And when they said no, they shot a bunch of like colonial or a bunch of the colonials, like the colonial leaders in that community. They rounded them up and shot them all, and who's the real terrorist?
Who's the real terrorist? Who's the real terrorist? The guys that are working on the farms and want freedom, picking up a gun to go and fight these people that are trying to put the tyranny back over them. So he's saying that they're the terrorists? No.
Well, I guess in his mind they are.
In his twisted worldview, they are, because they were out of line and they should have never left from underneath the boot of tyranny in the first place. They should have just stayed there and sucked up their tyranny, but they didn't. So in his twisted world, in the twisted world where you worship government, anybody who lashes out against tyranny and a corrupt government is a terrorist. When that's just human nature, because we want to be free. So to them, human nature is terrorism.
Well, and that's the other point I was trying to get into too. It's like, dude, like, like, okay, maybe like America, like even though he used it as a counter example to me, maybe that would be the best example. Is because it's like, other than America, how many of these other fucking countries have done that and they've gotten along and they now have world class economies that are competing on a world stage? No, and they have a
Yeah.
standard of living that is, top in the world. No, they don't. It's like, and these fucking places all had terrorist organizations that came out from under colonialism, and they propped up governments and everything. Look at where they are now. Like, they're just fucking bleeding hearts. I called them a couple bleeding hearts today too,
Yeah, they just have
especially with that whole Kadar thing.
they just have this they have this worldview that I can't understand, and it's worshiping government. And I can't wrap my head around that worldview. I don't understand it. I don't think I ever will.
Oh, I know. Like, a lot of these kids, like, I think, like, if their parents ever, or grandparents or whatever, ever immigrated, like, I don't want to be too rude, but I'm pretty sure they fucking immigrated like nice and comfortably. They weren't fleeing a civil war. Like my fucking grandparents literally sat in a civil war, waited 10 years while there was bullets and bombs going off in the streets, while their children were living there, didn't use that as an excuse to fucking just come over to Canada. They waited patiently, they got their visas, they came legally. And that's why, like, this whole world view of, like, oh, these people, they're so poor, they're stuck in these countries with terrorism and stuff. It's like, yeah, so was my grandma and grandpa, but they didn't fucking use that as a fucking way out to cheat any other person living in North America of or anybody else applying to get into North America to get ahead of them. They didn't say it made them fucking any more special or any more important or at the forefront. They just took their fucking number, sat in fucking line, and waited to get to the front.
Yeah, they did it the right way. Exactly.
They did it
because they had respect for the country that they were going to go to.
You know what I think it was? I think that my grandpa, as much as, like, we are Irish Catholic and everything, and the whole thing of, like, Northern Ireland and Protestants and yada yada yada, like, I think my grandpa, at the end of the day, he knew that it was a system that, like Britain and Canada and the whole imperialism and any country that Britain had colonized, or he knew that the past wasn't fucking great, but I think he knew that the future it provided was a hell of a lot better than the past. So he was willing to gamble that, like, hey, I'm willing, instead of staying in this fucking country, Ireland, and staying around all these Catholics that say, fuck the fucking prods and fuck the British government and the Protestant government in Northern Ireland and rah, rah, rah up the IRA. How about I just fucking take all of my wife and my children and my grandchildren and take them over to this fucking place that apparently has all these great fucking, there's no sectarianism, there's no fucking racism, there's free schooling, there's free healthcare. I'm gonna just go over there, and even though it's a result of Britain, and even though technically I shouldn't fucking, yeah, that's like a pride thing, like a national pride thing. Yeah, okay, you got taken over by this nation, and now they're providing healthcare and schooling. Instead of being too prideful to take advantage of it, my grandpa said, "Fuck yeah." Like that's another fucking thing. Like, you hear about, like, in the Middle East, especially, like, they're putting in these schools and stuff, and these parents don't want to send their kids to these schools. It's like, what kind of a mentality does it show in those fucking parents, which is going to be passed down to the fucking child, even though we are 50% our parent, 50% our other parent, and 100% ourself. At the end of the day, most people should be able to make their own fucking decision. They really should. Like, that's where the whole thing with Kadar, like, I still will disagree. Like, whether he was influenced by people, at the end of the day, it was still his decision to throw the fucking grenade.
Yeah, no, it was. Even at that age, man. Even at that age, it was a decision to do it.
It doesn't matter it does not matter any of the circumstances which got him to pull the pin and fucking throw the grenade. He did it.
Yep.
So, like I hate that whole mentality people have of, like, oh, like, well, like, fucking, the reason why people are illegally immigrating from Syria and the Middle East into Europe and North America and Canada is because, there's bombs and people are being shot. It's like, oh, so that wasn't happening in Northern Ireland? And I've said that a few times, and people are like, well, that's a different scenario.
How's it different?
How's it different? It's a fucking civil war. It doesn't matter if it's on a larger scale or a lower scale. It's still the scale's still the exact same. It's a fucking civil war, and there's terrorism going on inside of the fucking country.
Yeah, would those people, like, would you consider what's going on in Chicago a type of civil war?
Oh, very much so, very much so,
Yeah.
very much so. And the fact that people don't consider it so, it's people within their communities killing people within their own communities. If you couldn't
So
find
what? That's what a civil war is.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. Like, people go, oh, that's, well, they're all black. People don't have to be different skin colors for it to be a civil war. Like, have you ever looked at Burma and Northern Ireland? Like these people were born in the same fucking communities, killing each other. Like, oh my God, I know. You know what it is? It's because civil war. People don't want to think that, like, to what people think civil war is in America, they think of the Civil War, like the South versus the North, slave owners versus the slave, like the free thinkers and the free mans. People like legit think that if they call Chicago a civil war, that's what they'll be hearkening it to. Like, it's a different day and age. The Civil War isn't fucking set in, the South with slaves and like, it's just a different fucking demographic and time. Like,
That's exactly.
it's a civil war, and the fact that people don't want to call it that, it's sad. People don't want to recognize there's an actual civil war amongst black males in Chicago.
Yeah, that's what it is. I don't care if it's gangs. I don't care if it's gangs or not. How is gangs any different from the North and the West? Or I'm sorry, the North and the South.
Yeah, or just different.
It's a civil war is a civil war.
A gang can have an opposing view to another gang, which is the same as two paramilitaries or two militaries having opposing political views, which then lead to military conflict. It's the same thing as, like, even gangs. Oh, he shot my friend, and when my friend died, he fucking disrespected my dead friend. Well, it's a difference, or it's a disagreement of fucking views, and it turns into violence. Now, we don't call that militarized violence in, these neighborhoods, but it's still violence at its very core basic.
Yeah, it's very core definition. It's the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's sad that people don't want to fucking label it as that, or people go, oh, Donald Trump, he's actually thinking of sending in the troops. Like, what if they shoot some of those young innocent men? It's like, if none of these young innocent, so as you guys say, young innocent men, but none of these young men were fucking shooting each other, they wouldn't send in the fucking National Guard.
Yeah, exactly.
Because there wouldn't be the climate of a civil strife or a civil conflict in these communities to bring in the National Guard. That's gotten severe enough to the point where you need to bring in these National Guardsmen or soldiers or army men. Like, yeah, it's fucking retarded, bro. And I will say I gotta end now because my brother's just been texting me and he's like, "Yo, I was supposed to be out by his place like an hour ago." So, and he's paying for the fucking lunch, so I gotta get going.
Man. Yeah, you better get going, man.
Well, he's gonna pay now because we were trying to go to I'm not sure if down in Cali, like at your sushi places, most sushi places have like an all-you-can-eat lunch hour.
Oh, right on.
And then like fucking after 3 or 4 o'clock, then they go back to like the regular menu. Oh. So it's like it's cheap. Yeah, it's cheaper to get in when it's all you can eat during the lunch hour. It's like if you get in for the regular, like let's just say if I go for all you can eat, I can order 2 orders of like crispy Cali rolls, which is 3 rolls each. So I can get 6 rolls, and that's like you pay $15 per person for the all you can eat. So for $15, I can go in. I could order 10 orders of those crispy Cali rolls. So I get 30 rolls of these crispy Calis. But if I were to go on the regular menu, 6 crispy Calis or whatever can be like $8. So if I were to order like $15 worth of crispy Cali, like I'm only going to get like 15 of them. And I'm going to be paying just as much as I paid to go to the all you can eat. So it's just such much a fucking better deal, man. Like, are you in Yosemite? Are you guys big sushi people?
No, not big on sushi.
That's like probably one of my main groups. I love sushi. Like, it's funny too. LaSurge is like trying to diss me over there. He's like, "Oh, why don't you go watch your fucking anime and stuff?" I'm like, maybe I fucking will. Like, is that like, dude? Like, that's not a diss anymore. Like, I think he's so old, he's out of touch. Like, dude, being into anime and comic books isn't a diss anymore. Like, being a nerd or a geek for that type of stuff, it's really not an insult anymore. Like, it really
nobody cares anymore. Nobody cares about that anymore.
I know, and if he really wanted to insult me, he should have said something about they have these things. They're like body pillows and like I don't even know what they're called, but They're like body pillows with like little chicks on them. They're like weird as hell. Like he should have said, "Go snuggle with your fucking anime body pillow." Like that would be an actual. But like he said something, and I was like, "Yeah, maybe I will go watch my fucking anime." Like, what are you fucking trying to say? And he's like, "Oh, I'm a." Like, is that supposed to be a fucking diss? Like, try harder, man. Come on. Like, but enough fucking the surge, enough fucking sushi, enough fucking Omar Kadar and all that shit today. And enough fucking terrorists, American Civil War shit, because I gotta fucking go get my day started, and I will let you get back to your day, brother.
All right, man. Hey, you have a good one, bro.
You as well. Hey, if you guys are doing a live stream later or anything tonight, I'll be back on later, so fucking just heading out for a
We
couple
might
hours.
set one up for later. Yep.
Oh, sweet. Hey, man, maybe I might see my boys later if they're done their circle jerk.
I don't know. That one might take a while. Usually the socialists take a long time.
Hey, man, I wish I had that problem. Me, it's 2 strokes and hey, you got a baby. Yo, bro, I'll talk to you later, though.
All right, man. Later.
Have a good one, Matt. Bye.